And hello to all of the VOD and YouTube watchers. Having just clicked the record button, hello and welcome to the People's Ascension. It looks like that everybody is actually in the right space and my microphone is working, so OBS actually knows what it's doing today. So we're good to go. Okay, I'm actually caught off guard by the lack of problems this morning. Okay, so we are here to play some Dungeons and some Dragons, and for the first time in quite a while, we are actually in a dungeon. We'll see about dragons. Probably not, but we'll see.
Yay.
I was gonna say, still no dragons.
Yeah.
We had a reskin or watered down
Yeah.
dragon, but
Yeah.
that was
Yeah.
a while ago.
Okay, so quick announcements before we get started today. The big obvious one is we are down one Christian today. He is recovering from a gambit of airplane trips and is probably exhausted and jet lagged and all that. So he may be in the chat later on, but he won't be actually playing. I will be piloting Shliva and Krushka today, so we'll see how that works. Probably just going to be in the background. It'll be up to the rest of the players to be like, hey, Shliva, I suggest you do this. And she'll most likely do it. Not going to be a very proactive Shliva today, but we'll see. Other than that, I did want to actually just apologize, especially to our patrons, because I did say at last episode that I had a lot of things that I wanted to put on our Patreon page. The votive flood, some codex entries, as well as some other things, maps and yada yada. Unfortunately, I don't know how much I want to get into this because I don't want to bring myself down or anybody else down. But Saturday night was not great. I lost my pet rat of 2+ years, and that was not good. That was not good. So I've been completely useless this week. I'm finally getting myself together. I'm excited to play this game. I think it'll help out a lot. But with that, I was not in the mind space to get any of the actual work done I wanted to get done. So tonight and in through the rest of the weekend, barring any new traumatic experiences, I do plan on dumping a whole lot of extra stuff into Patreon. So if you are a patron, or if you like what we're doing and you want to help support us and you want to get some fancy cool rewards and GM behind the screen sort of insights, do consider heading over to Patreon. It's linked down below, and signing up for one of our tiers, and you'll get after shows and codex entries and maps and creatures and character stats and all that. So go check that out. I plan on dumping a lot more into that soon. Asterisks. And being more regular with that going forward, especially if we get to more creatures, more combats, and more dungeons. So hopefully Patreon will be expanding shortly. I think those are the big announcements. I do plan on this week getting back to my normal streaming schedule. I know the last 2 weeks I have not been streaming much. The week before last, it was all kinds of scheduling complications. Then this week, as I said, bad times. But this week, I plan on getting back to the regular streams, back to the XCOM. I never know about Star Trek Adventures anymore. You're just gonna have to hang out on our Discord and Twitter, and I'll let you know when we get back to that. That's not on my end. That's on Jeff's end. That's over at twitch.tv/Studio Tembo. That's all on him. It's a great show when we actually have it. And I really want to get back to starting out our Darkest Dungeon playthrough, because Christian gifted me that a couple weeks ago, and we only just barely scratched the surface on that. We did like 2 hours or something. So I plan on getting back to that. With that, I think that's all of the announcements I have. I don't think any of you guys have any announcements. You guys never do. But I mean, hey, the slot is here if you have anything to plug. Aside from that, the normal stuff. Go tell your friends and families and random people out on the street about the People's Ascension because we do cool D&D things and various let's plays and hangouts and fun stuff throughout the week. So scroll down below and check out all of those links to various places. YouTube to catch up on all of our previous videos, including not only D&D, but we have one Cyberpunk Red episode and two Blaze in the Dark episodes. And I do hope on expanding on both of those in the future, but those are things that we do when, D&D just isn't working out for whatever particular reason. So there's YouTube, definitely check out the Twitter, and definitely check out the Discord. Discord and Twitter are the two biggest resources for keeping up on announcements. When we're doing particular things, polls for getting the community involved in world building and session preparation and designing monsters and designing NPCs and all kinds of things. And of course, if you want to help out in just little increments here and there, we have that nice fancy martini glass just in front of our logo down over there. Yep, Taylor's got it. Where you throw in tips and bits and they bounce around and fun things happen and it makes us happy and excited. So if you like what the players are doing, if you like what I'm doing, if you like how I'm terrorizing them, positive reinforcement always helps. Okay, so with that, I think we're gonna get started. Okay. So, let's introduce everybody. Hello, as always, I am Jack, the DM. I play all of the background things and NPCs and monsters and whatnot. But let's go through our cast. We are down one Christian, but let's start off with Taylor, as we always do. Hello, welcome, and why are you here?
It's a good question. Why am I here? Oh, that's right, to have fun. Hi, I'm Taylor. I play Aquila, the Goliath blood hunter of the Lycan Order.
All right, next up we have Steven. Hello.
Hello, I'm Steven. I play Ander, the half-elf warlock of Zadok, in all his eldritch oily glory.
Arlene is up next. Hello and welcome.
Yes. Hello, my name is Arlene. My character is Holly, the orphan wood elf tempest cleric. Was a follower of Arcalige / Lewena. Shoot,
right.
my phone. And I just dropped my phone. But it's okay.
The part of Shliva today will be played by the Black Void in the recesses of my mind. And finally, to wrap us up, as always, we have Stephanie. Hello.
Hi, I'm Stephanie, and I play Sebki, and she is a human sorcerer with Draconic ancestry, and that's all I have right now.
All right. So let's recap where we are. For me, as much as the audience, because like I said, this was a week for me. So what did we do last week? Where are we? What happened? Who wants to kick us off with our recap?
Well, we were at the altar trying to figure out what the heck to do with it. Tali decides to just start digging around it, see if there's like anything past the foundation of it or something like that. So we flipped the magic rings again because the altar had sunk down again by that point, and that brought the altar back up. Yeah, that's when Ander and Aquila did the what was it? The crap. The thing where they were like connecting through Redna to see
Yeah.
if he can figure out like what
Some sort
Demoliba
of
looks like.
Eldritch Redna mind meld.
Yes. And then and of course while they're doing all that, Tali's still digging. Ander was scrying to look for Demoliba, didn't really find anything. Aquila tried a gram psychometry, and for some reason I don't have written down what happened after that part.
She rolled in that one, I believe.
Yeah,
That's
you
probably why I
rolled
didn't
real
write that
bad. I think I still gave you some information.
You gave me like stuff that I already knew.
Okay.
Right, no new information. Okay, I'll just put that down there. Ollie found the base of the altar and looked into the hole in there, and it's like, there's some water in there. It smelled kind of old. But at that point, it was getting, late in the day, so we decided to take a long rest. Tali decided to try. The next day, decided to try using a locate object to see if she can find the sarcophagus. It was to the very, very edge of her range, to the east and downwards. So Shaliva decided to jump into the hole that Tali created on the edge of the side of the altar's foundation thing. Like the cylinder with the pillar in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Water was about 4 feet deep. Or she went around it and oh wait, no, first she tasted the water to see if it tasted like dead people water, and it didn't. It was just old water. And they checked it. Her and Krushka checked the other side of the room, and there was a hallway there. So y'all ended up jumping down into the hole, and in the hallway there was alcoves with like soldiers, the Sannite soldier statues in there. Had a necromantic / transmutation magic to it when Ander used detect magic. As we were hold on. We were going down the hallway, we kept seeing little lights flash past us. Grushka started becoming agitated because she was getting scared of all like the, necromantic auras and stuff around. We heard the creepy ghost telling us to leave and decided to keep going anyway.
You don't listen to no ghosts.
Yeah, ghosts don't tell us what to do. Oh yeah, we started getting down towards the end of the hallway, and through that big old door, there was I think there was a whole bunch of like ghosts there. Tali used her destroy undead, dissipate them. Then we heard like the screeching whale thing. Oh no, wait, no, sorry, that was out of order. Then we moved along and saw the bigger chamber with the big old stone golems in them.
Yeah, there were like 4 of them.
And yep.
Let's switch over to
And
someone else now. Actually,
okay, cool.
who wants to pick up?
Okay. We got down there and we saw the golems, and I can't remember who it was. One person saw one of the spirits seemed to go into one of the golems. I think it was about at that point where we rolled initiative.
Mm-hmm.
And so first we're just sort of trying to stop the spirits from getting into the golems. Andrew dropped his, what was it, Hunger of Zadok. And everyone's taking swipes at ghosts as they come by, but there were too many, and so they activated one of the golems, and that was bad because they're really big and probably hit pretty hard. I don't remember because I didn't get hit by one.
Hit real hard, and they get 2
Okay.
hits per turn.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I do remember that part.
Super
It
dangerous.
took one swing at me. I do remember it taking one swing at me. Missing. But yeah. And then I remember Tali, she turned undead for the second time. She used her second
Mm-hmm.
allotment of that ability. And the golem failed its save and started running away from us. Which did complicate matters, but at the same time it meant that we weren't trapped in that little passageway because clearly we needed to start running. But we still kept moving pretty slowly because of several reasons. One, the water. Two, we're still trying to fend off some of the ghosts as we're going. And then the other end of the passage became blocked up by the golem trying to escape. And then the second one activated.
Well, a fight ensued. Let's try to get a little bit more cinematic summary and less point by point by point every little thing that happened.
Sorry. Yeah. So things were happening. We had to get the golem unwedged out of the passageway. And somehow that worked, and people managed to squeeze by, and it looked like we might lose several people at one point, but self-preservation ended up winning out. Looked like there was a real possibility we were going to lose Atali, but then Shliva came in and turned her into a little crab. And then we just started running towards the other end.
Yeah.
And the water was starting to get higher.
Yes. So, yeah, last episode was mainly combat, or combat adjacent. Yeah, very large fight in which the party was prompted to run further into the dungeon, if not by the flood of spirits coming out from the ancient Sannite statues that lined these corridors. If not by them, by the large stone golems that once supported this cistern, now animated by several of these spirits. Having just barely, and with a lot of creative uses of various spells and abilities, managed to bypass 3 out of 4 activated stone golems, a challenge far dangerous than the party would have been able to withstand in a toe-to-toe fight. You did make it down the hallway further into the dungeon, past the trapdoor that became broken and sort of stuck halfway closed by the golem that was feared down and wedged in there. And now the water is beginning to rise to the point where you are most of you are just barely being able to keep contact with the floor. Now, fortunately, because the golem did seem to break the door that would have slammed down into that passageway and caused, cutting off the much larger area, causing the water to flood much quicker in this area. It's not going to rise nearly as quickly or probably nearly as high as it would have. So you do actually have some breathing room. So we're gonna pick up right at the end of all that. I believe several of you have been battered a bit, though some of you are really just fine. At the moment, Tali is a speedy Tali crab, pinched onto Aquila, I believe. And everybody
Either clinging to me or
has...
I'm holding her, one of those.
Mhm. And everybody has made their way to this end of whatever cistern system is down under the altar. It concludes as it began with a circular room down a passage lined with more of these spirit-infused stone statues. These ones don't seem to be hampering you as much as the others. As you have moved past those that did activate, as the others did, swarmed past you and actually back into the cistern chamber. And you can hear that there is quite a commotion behind you, as presumably all 4 golems are now active, now animated, and in a sort of sentinel stance, trying to find and stop, kill intruders. But you are beyond their reach at this point. So you've gotten to this supposedly conclusion of the cistern here. And it is another circular chamber that goes up into a dome about 20-25 feet high at the apex. But as you are rushing forward, unlike the circular chamber in the last room, this one doesn't have a floor, or at least the floor drops off, and there is depth to the water in this chamber. If I remember correctly, Aquila is one of Aquila's swords is emanating light,
Yes.
and Talia is a crab. I believe
Yep.
that places the party where we are at.
Sounds right. But okay, so we need to be able to breathe water, clearly.
Can currently.
Not you. You don't count for this.
You can actually hear at this point a loud thud and the scraping again of stone on stone.
Shoot, that's right.
There's
That's
still
Coming
there.
from behind.
Yeah.
Mm.
So we need to get out of here.
I was gonna swim forward, like more into the center of this
Yeah,
area.
no,
into, like,
grabbing
claws.
Tolly.
Okay, that's not even. I mean, Tully is tiny.
Fine.
I want you both to make me an opposed dexterity check. I need to look up what the dexterity of a crab is.
Yeah.
Yeah, here I'll just roll a d20.
Yeah, I doubt they have much of any bonus, if not a negative. Okay.
Not enough.
No.
Oh man.
Yeah, there's no way there's a bonus that's gonna. Yes. So Tali, you decide as a crab, and I believe with polymorph that you do. No, with polymorph you take all of the stats of that creature, including
Yeah,
the
she has
mental
the
stats.
intellect of a crab.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So do remember going forward that you have an intelligence score of 1.
Okay.
You are a crab for all intents and purposes, and you will do crab things. And one of those crab things was to swim ahead, and I don't know, find food or figure out where you are, or get away from all these large stomping creatures around you. But as you are trying to get away from one of these large stomping creatures, a giant stone-like hand grabs and pretty much completely envelops you and brings you back.
Uh-huh.
Pinch.
Yep. I figured. Roll
Sorry,
for
I'm a
damage.
crab.
Roll me a d20 minus 4. I don't think it's even possible for you to actually damage Aquila. And
Only if she gets like a crit. Aquila, who is still transformed.
that's true. Yeah, Aquila. That's a good point. Aquila is a large, seemingly stone-ish werewolf at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Also important to
20,
remind
that's
everybody that
21.
Aquila, coming from the mountains, never learned to swim.
Nope.
Oh shoot, that is right.
Yeah.
Mm.
Aquila doesn't know how to swim.
Well,
Are you-
regardless, because we don't need to
Yeah.
draw this out too much. I don't think there's unless you crit, it's not going to be an issue, and even then, it's not going to do much damage. So, a few largely for show, ineffectual pinches at Aquila, which Aquila most likely largely ignores.
Mhm.
Let us continue.
Oh. The water's rising, so we need to be able to breathe under the water. Sevgi knows has a spell for that, right?
Yeah, I have water breathing. So I guess I'll cast that.
Yeah.
You could not.
True,
no.
but I will because that would be nice.
Fine.
She doesn't want everybody drowning.
Okay, so up to 10 creatures for 24 hours, completely
Oh, what? I didn't
negating
know it was a full day.
any complications of underwater sections of my dungeon. Everybody,
including Krabby.
yeah, including Tali Crab, and I'm going to say that this will
Okay.
transfer over to actual Tali form, and
Good.
including
Just want to make sure.
Krushka. Everybody can now
yes.
breathe water.
I see no difference.
At the moment.
Or feel no
Yeah.
difference as a crab.
Great. I
Always
can
been
breathe
able to do
underwater.
this.
Still
Ain't
can't
nothing
swim, but
changed.
at least I can breathe.
We've also seemed to lost Steven for
Yeah,
a
I
little
noticed
bit,
that.
so the cameras are going to be wonky for a little bit. Hopefully he'll be back on shortly. If not, I'll worry about rearranging them, so bear with us there. Okay, so everybody can breathe water, and just in the time of this short conversation, crabby happenstances, and the casting of this spell, you can tell that the water is beginning to rise a lot more quickly as that stone on stone scraping sound gets a little bit louder, a little bit closer.
Yeah, because I'm
As time
guessing one of the
passes.
golems is coming down after us.
Mhm. You know,
Yep.
most likely it will get wedged in at some point, but
Yeah.
it seems to be more or less acting as the barrier that it had broken previously.
Okay, so we can all breathe underwater, so I guess we go underwater. It's gonna be fun.
Okay. So Aquila and to
Mhm.
note, Krushka cannot swim.
Yep.
Aquila, even though you know you can breathe underwater, does this affect you at all? Or do you hop right off the ledge and sink like a stone?
I'm not gonna lie, probably what does the stone wall that makes up the little cistern area look like it's made of?
It's made of large stone blocks, probably at least 3-4 foot by 3-4 foot. These are cyclopean stone blocks.
So is it anything that I could sort of use for purchase to sort of
It would require a climb check, but sure.
well, I just mean, sort of help me descend more controlled.
Make an athletics check to sort of help climb down.
Normal or with advantage because she is still transformed right now.
I mean that gives you advantage on all athletics checks, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Checks and saves.
Yeah. Go ahead and take advantage.
Okay.
Your added strength and claws can help dig into
Mm-hmm.
the gaps between stone blocks.
Yeah.
Even
It's
with a
still
12,
out of my element.
yeah, it's not graceful. I mean, it is underwater, so you're not free falling, but you're not so much climbing down as you are falling short bits and grabbing on, stopping, and eventually trying to find purchase on a block down below and falling a little bit more and grabbing on.
And it's mostly just trying to control the descent.
Shliva will take some time actually trying to comfort Krushka, who is freaking out because Krushka cannot swim. And Shliva can relay to Krushka telepathically, I believe, because I believe she still has Beast Bond up. Actually, that might be a concentration spell. Regardless, whether it is telepathic or through her own sort of beast speak, there does seem to be a level of communication available to Shliva and Krushka. And it'll take some time to convince Krushka that she can breathe underwater now. She doesn't need to freak out. So while this is going on, presumably the other three of you swim down?
Well,
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess I'm being dragged down since I'm.
yeah, I was gonna say it's like I never let Tolly Crab go.
Okay, yeah. That could also contribute to why you're having some trouble descending properly.
Yeah, well, it's don't want somebody with the mentality of a crab just swimming away.
Yeah.
Because who knows what sort of small space they'll get into.
This yummy algae on the wall.
Mhm.
Delicious. On it.
Nope.
So the lot of you descend down about 20 feet deeper into this water. As you descend, you can tell that the room is still continuing to fill up, and in short order, there will no longer be any air up top for you to breathe. Though you can breathe water, and you don't need to worry about that. Thanks, Sevgi.
It's not.
Yeah, thanks, Steffi. We really appreciate it, even if Jack
concentration, is
doesn't.
it?
Water breathing? I don't think water breathing requires
Don't think it is.
concentration. I think it's just 24
Okay.
hours of free. Here you go,
Just
have
free
fun
hectic,
underwater.
That's
Yeah.
all it is.
Yeah.
I mean, we can still breathe air, or is it just
Yeah.
water now?
Yeah, you can breathe
Yeah.
air and water.
Okay. Cool. I'm an amphibian.
Okay, so you descend down to the bottom of this cylindrical chamber, and you do see Aquila. Well, actually, you do still have your light spell.
I have the
Yeah,
light.
you have the light, so even in water and the depth, darkness isn't going to be a problem. Thanks, Tali.
Welcome.
Because that one's not concentration either.
The lot of you do notice that there is an archway, a doorway that seemingly leads further into a deeper section of the Cistern complex. However, it is blocked by a large boulder. It's not completely flush, and it's not wedged in there entirely. There is some space between it. Maybe enough for the more slender of you to squeeze through with some effort. But it is a barrier that you have to get through one way or another.
Because let's be honest, at this point, I'm the problem with that.
Yeah, because you're big and.
Yeah, I would say Talia, but she's a crab.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know that's the thing. It's like she's a crab, so she's not an issue.
Yeah, Keela, you're probably the only one
Fair
that
enough.
couldn't move past this boulder without moving it at least a little bit.
Yeah.
Would Aquila be able to move the boulder at all in her current state?
You're free to try.
Sure, I'll give it a try.
This isn't a trick. I'm not trying to get you guys.
Yeah. No, let's
Just-
I'll give it a try.
Okay. So again, you can't swim, but you can breathe underwater. So I assume that you actually have just sunk down to the bottom and are more or less just walking on the floor.
Yeah, pretty much.
Go ahead and make me an athletics check.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and keep your advantage.
Oh, okay.
If you weren't, go ahead and keep your advantage.
Okay.
That'll do. That'll do just fine. Yes, it is. Because of your sort of elongated, slightly larger and clawed form, that you can spread your weight out a little bit more evenly and dig into the gaps between these large pieces of stone, and can get enough of an anchoring on the ground and the walls around that you can actually push the stone a bit to move it out of the way. Now this opens it up enough that everybody else can get through just fine. It is a large boulder, so you're not just heaving it completely out of the way. But
Yeah, I didn't think
you've got
so.
it to the point that if you are quick enough, you can probably throw yourself past without too much difficulty.
All right. Guess I'll try that.
Are you waiting for everybody else to get through, or
Yes.
okay?
To the other side of the boulder.
Okay. Eventually, Shliva does descend with Krushka just pinned to the back of Shliva's tunic, and
Badger backpack.
it'll take some time for Shliva to more or less push Krushka through the opening here.
Mm-hmm.
Krushka is plenty small enough to get through just fine, but she is fighting the process of not being attached to Shliva while she is sure she's about to drown any second now. But
Poor Badger.
she's fine.
Badger just absolutely terrified of the situation.
Eventually, the four of you and a badger, a terrified badger, make it through just fine. Aquila, I need you to make either another athletics or an acrobatics check to throw yourself past this boulder before it slams closed again.
I think I got it.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. So instead of trying to deftly just swim through or throw yourself past the opening of the boulder, you actually sort of contort yourself and continue to press against the boulder as you pull yourself through this opening, keeping the majority of your weight still pressing against the boulder before eventually you throw yourself from this archway into the still flooded chamber beyond, and the boulder behind you. You are now in a small flooded hallway. You can scroll down and back to the, why is this not working? Reveal area. You can scroll down and back to the left, and you should see the lower section of the dungeon. Let us move over to our map view, our map screen here. Does my audio still work? It does. Good. Okay. Thank you, OBS. Yeah, so you find yourself in this flooded corridor here. It goes forward about 30 feet or so before it turns down to your right.
I'll keep going. Not much point in trying to get back now.
That would require going through a bunch of golems.
Exactly. So keep going forward.
Okay.
Then this whole area is like completely flooded to the ceiling, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So probably swim in the middle if we can, not touching the floor or anything.
Well, that's going to be a problem at least for Aquila.
Can't swim.
That's her personal problem to deal with.
Okay.
Ooh, rude.
And I would say even
I'll remember to not help you.
I would say even Shliva, especially with Krushka backpack fighting her every step of the way, is going to have trouble swimming properly, and is more sort of bounding forward on the floor. Okay, so let me remind you guys that this is a game that you can play, and there are options that you have to do things instead of me narrating, walking you through the entire dungeon. Things like stealthing and scouting ahead and checking for traps and having conversation and creative spells and looking around. Or I could just railroad and narrate you guys through this entire dungeon.
A crab.
I know, it's like, I feel like I'm kind of limited in what I can do.
Okay, bounding forward. You know what? Shliva is actually going to speak up. Just, do we want Tali back? Does she need to be a crab? I mean, it's fun being a crab. I've been a crab for a while. It is kind of fun, but I don't know if it's all that useful right now anymore. Should I make Tali, Tali again?
Yes.
I think it'll be best.
Where'd she go?
She's here.
Tali crab. Oh, Tali. Do you want to be a person again?
In a
I imagine
picture
Tali Crab saying,
or try to.
Tali, you are no longer a crab.
Well, do I remember anything between being myself and
You remember
not
being a crab,
myself?
yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Cool.
you remember everything that happened, being terrified that you were almost certainly going to die, being squashed by 3 golems, and then turning into a crab and following Krushka's or Shliva's direction to scuttle and swim down a hallway, and then you were like, "I'm a crab. I'm hungry. Where am I? Let's go forward."
Well, it's probably gonna take Tali a second to realize she can breathe underwater,
That's true. Yes.
like at least to fully sink in.
So you guys, I don't know, do things while I fix the cameras. Because combat view was not set up properly.
oh.
Yeah. Also, Tali's gonna give Shliva like a giant hug and be like, "Oh my God, thank you so much. I thought I was gonna have to, shatter this whole place."
Oh, yeah, that probably would have been bad. The whole place probably would have collapsed. This place is really old, right?
Yeah.
I'm glad you didn't have to resort to that.
Yeah, I mean, I knew it could always be an option, but I don't think I've ever been that close to actually doing it.
I don't know, what about that time that you and Tenoris brought that building down on top of yourselves?
That was a joint effort. I don't know, because I figured like with the tower coming down, like it's still something I could possibly come back from, but I only wouldn't have been able to come back from that.
Probably not, but we don't have to find out now.
Yeah.
I'll actually take point down the hallway, and I'm going to try and swim in the middle, not touching the floor, but keeping an eye on it, looking for any kind of pressure plates or traps or anything like that.
Okay.
Yeah, you got your fancy gloves.
Yes, you are unencumbered by the water down here. Everybody else is moving at half speed, but Ander, you have full range of mobility.
Like a mermaid.
Ander, how far ahead of the group would you like to, scout out ahead from?
I mean, not too far ahead, probably like 15, 20 feet or so, just
Okay.
so that I can have enough time if I spot something to turn around and
Mhm.
get people to stop and kind of point to where whatever trap I find is, if I find anything. Which I'm assuming is a perception or investigation.
Investigation would be meticulously checking for traps.
Okay.
Otherwise, it would be a passive perception, just whether or not you notice. Okay. With a 14, trying to keep to the center of this chamber, swimming along, checking the walls, checking the floor, checking the ceiling, you don't notice any problems, really. You get to the corner and can look down, and the corridor does seem to continue down for, again, probably about 30, 40 feet or so, before there seems to be a branch that goes off towards your right again. And then continuing down, it looks like the tunnel does, if not curve, open up into another branch off to your left, deeper down this tunnel. You also notice there's a very slight decline to this entire area. you're swimming downward just a very small degree.
Hug the right wall and just kind of poke my head around the corner to see if I can see what's down this way.
Okay. Looking down this hallway, you can see it opens up into a larger room. Hanging from the ceiling, sort of suspended in the water, is a rope.
Here, I can't tell what it goes to.
It goes up to the ceiling, and from this point, you can't make out too much details, but either connects to the ceiling or, goes through a hole or something.
Okay. Um. Well, I suppose I'll look back to the rest of the group, gesture kind of down the hallway, and probably just real quickly in succession, mentally to each of them, there seems to be a rope coming down.
I believe for that you actually need to write in your book.
No, he has
Not-
the telepathy that no
Oh,
one
you do
can
have
respond to.
actual telepathy, right? As long as you can.
Yes, I do.
As long as they're within range, that's right. Yep. Never mind. Proceed.
And just
I
kind of in
remember.
quick succession, there's a rope coming from the ceiling in there.
Tali's gonna come over to Ander and also take a look. Wait, if we can breathe water, we can talk, right?
We were
Underwater?
talking earlier.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that was.
It's muffled conversation. You have to be pretty close to each other to actually make out what you're saying,
Okay.
but you can talk, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, I just want to double check.
Mhm.
Hmm.
That's way easier than resorting to hand signals.
Mhm.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess Tali's gonna slowly sneak down that hall to get a better look at the rope and see where it goes.
You wanna sneak down the hall. Make me a stealth check. Now, aside from simply hugging the walls or floor or ceiling, because three-dimensional movement, there's not really anything to hide behind. It is dark down here, and as
Yeah.
long as Aquila doesn't, trudge forward with her emblazoned sword, you might be hidden from anything that could be around.
I get a +6. Oh, but I also get disadvantage. Wait, no, because wait, did I? No, I didn't. Just kidding. But I cast I saw Trace last week, but I didn't.
No.
No, you did.
I'm gonna roll twice because my roll 20 is being weird. But that's a 15 on my stealth.
Now, remind me, Tully, I thought you had a breastplate, right? Or are you in...
Oh wait, sorry, I keep forgetting I'm in medium armor now, and not the armor. So would that be a 20 then for stealth?
Yeah, I
Well-
don't think you have disadvantage anymore.
I was gonna say, not all medium armor does. Some medium armor does have disadvantage, but
Right.
if it's just a breastplate, no, it won't.
Oh, then heck yeah, that is a 20.
Okay. Yeah, it's a breastplate. Cool. Yes. Well, you do hug the walls in this darkened chamber and sort of swim down and sort of propel yourself off the side of this corridor and into this small rectangular chamber here, there is, there's, as I described before, a rope just hanging from the ceiling. Otherwise, it looks like a empty room.
It's not attached to anything?
You can investigate further.
Really? I would like to do that.
Presume you get some sort of
Wait, my
bonus to that.
investigation is +1.
Okay.
Seven.
The way Roll20 browser is set up does not make it very easy to center the map sometimes. There we go. All right.
Yeah.
What did you say that was?
7.
7. With a 7, you really can't make out much. It is dark. You do have dark vision. The water is more or less clear. There's some silt in it. Mostly sunk to the bottom of the floor, but just through movement you've kicked some up, and the waving of the water. It does look like this rope goes up into a hole in the ceiling, but you really can't make out any more past that. You can't get a good view past the rope up into this hole. It's fairly snug in there.
I'm gonna tell Andrew there's a hole in the ceiling, and the rope's going through it. Can't really see what's in up there. Same thing on the floor too. Is it going through the floor?
It dangles down to about halfway into the room.
Okay.
It doesn't go all the way to the floor.
Okay. A rope float in water?
Depends what they're made of. But usually no, they're a bit too dense.
Mm-hmm. And it does just kind of wave there as you sort of tread water by it. It does sway and coil up a little bit. But it is knotted at the bottom, and it is a thick hempen rope, so it has become waterlogged and is not buoyant.
Okay, I'm really tempted to pull the rope, but that's probably a bad idea.
I want to pull it. But I'm trying to be good. Because I didn't go into the room, so.
If I swim up next to Tali, can I make an investigation check to see if I can get any more than it's a rope that goes into a hole? Or is that about what we're working with now?
You're proficient in investigation, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so you can make a roll, basically as if you had assisted her, but in order to not just have everybody make the roll.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Or... Okay. With a 19, looking at this rope, it does go up in this hole, and you can probably take out a knife or something and sort of press the rope up against one side of the hole and kind of peer through. You have elven blood, you can see in the dark. There does seem to be an opening up there, a hollow space. Still filled with water, but there is a hollow space up there, at least to some amount, and you can see what looks like more rope up there. It's not necessarily coiled. It looks like it's sort of laid crisscross. And it does look like, it's hard to tell, but with a 19, I'll roll sort of some perception in with that investigation. You can see that beyond this rope, it does look like up towards the extent of your dark vision. Not fully 60 feet, but water obscures things and the darkness and whatnot. It looks like the water might not go all the way up to whatever vertical shaft is here. There might be something, if not just a pocket of air up there. But there does seem to be something there seems to be more rope in the way. Giving the rope a slight tug, it doesn't seem to do much. You're obviously not pulling enough to really activate anything because it's just an investigation. But it does look like this rope would need to be purposely pulled in order for something to happen. With a 19, I will actually also tell you that you can see there's a slight change in the coloration of the ceiling here. About a 10-foot block that looks like it is just slightly lighter than the stonework in the area.
That's around the hole itself?
Yeah.
Hmm. How wide is the hole?
I mean, rope is probably about the width of a silver dollar, so just a little bit more than that.
Oh, okay.
The hole the rope is going through is that wide. Looking up into the whatever space may beyond that, you're not sure, because again, you're looking through a fraction of a silver dollar sized hole.
Right, but it's not like there's a person-sized hole that the rope's coming through. It's
No,
literally just a hole big enough for the
just
rope.
just a hole big enough for the rope to come through. Yep.
The stone around the hole being a lighter color, does it look like where it ends, does it look like a separate kind of thing that might drop or move from the rest of the stonework?
If you were a dwarf, maybe
Fair.
there'd be a specific test you can make for this. As you are, unfortunately, there is no longer, say, a knowledge dungeoneering skill or a knowledge engineering skill, because that's 3.5 territory. Everybody drink up. But let's see.
I haven't grabbed my drink just in preparation of you saying 3.5.
Go ahead, I guess, and just make me a straight intelligence check to see if you can deduce any insights on the structure of this area. If that sounds right to you.
Yeah, it does, but I don't think that's going to do it.
Oh, a 6. Okay. No, you're really not sure. You haven't really spent a lot of practical time examining dungeons and architecture. It's not really your area of expertise.
Fair.
Oh,
go ahead.
I mean, at the very least, you can see that the stones of the roof are slightly smaller than the stones of the floor and the walls, because it's hard to keep large cyclopean rocks suspended as ceiling work, so they are a bit smaller up there. However, there is this sort of almost 10-foot-ish square that is one solid piece. And certainly if it was, a big, thick, large piece of stone, it would almost certainly sink down unless it is being supported by something else being wedged in there. Again, you're not all called up on architectural techniques. That's what you got.
Okay, well, I'm gonna try something stupid.
Hooray!
Yeah.
I'm gonna. How much rope do I have hanging down? Like how many feet?
It's probably about 6 to 8 feet of rope.
All right. I'm gonna motion for Tali to swim back down into the corridor, or I guess just mentally tell her swim back down into the corridor. Grab the very end of the rope and swim back that way myself, just kind of pulling on it, and see how if I can make it back into the corridor. Probably start pulling it from there, but we'll see what happens.
No, you cannot. You cannot make it to the corridor with that amount of rope.
But basically, just try to get out from under kind of
Sure, sure.
the immediate possible fall.
Yes. So, uh,
Yeah, basically just try to go as far horizontally as I can with it, and then start slowly kind of pulling on it to see.
That was
Okay.
If it
exactly what I was
catches.
gonna do.
Yeah. So just swimming away is not enough pressure to actually pull the rope down. But once you swim a decent amount away, you can sort of heave at it. You're not braced against anything. You would have to either brace against the floor or the wall or something to really get a good purchase to get a solid pull on this rope.
Well,
Pull the rope.
If I see him pulling, I'll probably come down and help.
Yeah.
I was gonna say with the gloves, because didn't we say they kind of stick to things too a little bit?
That's
Yeah.
Would it be possible to
Yeah.
put a hand on the ceiling and use that to kind of, if they have some stickiness to them,
Sure.
being creative.
Yeah, I like that. So instead of swimming towards the corridor, you actually swim in that direction, but eventually go up to the ceiling. Put one hand up on there, sort of wrap the rope around your elbow, and just pull and push in that direction off the ceiling. And it does only take an actual concerted tug. I'm not going to make it's not a strength check. It just takes an actual efforted tug to pull on this. As you do, that 10-foot square section of the ceiling crumbles. It looks like it was only maybe an inch and a half thick of some sort of light concrete or heavy plaster or something. As that falls, you can make out a net weighted at the end with large stones that begins falling down. I want you to make a dexterity save with advantage because you are mostly out of the way of it.
Goodness, you can breathe.
Yeah, that is enough that you can actually
Yes.
let loose from the ceiling and push yourself further away from where that is descending. It would have just probably caught your legs and maybe tangled around your legs and pulled you down. You were out of most of the net, but you do manage to swing your legs out past of that area and sort of push yourself down back towards the corridor. This heavy rope net with large rocks at the sides, weighing it down, falls down to the floor, and as these large rocks hit the stonework underneath, the stonework beneath crumbles as well, revealing a spike pit trap as the rope again begins to descend down that trap, and you would have been pinned in a weighted net down against spikes.
Wow.
Good,
It's purely an idiot trap.
good thinking there. Yes.
And I figured it might be, but I was trying to see if considering we could move in 3D, I was hoping, I could
Mhm.
essentially trigger it without actually being an idiot.
Yeah.
You have outwitted Khan.
So with that now triggered, actually, I'm gonna go check and see if there was anything above it. I
Okay.
doubt much, but
Now that this is no longer blocking the area, it does look like there's a shaft large enough for a person to fit through. One maybe even two people to fit through. That goes up about 20, 25 feet or so, and it looks like there's a pocket of air up there,
Which
which you really don't need because you can breathe
I
underwater.
was gonna say, which we're fine
Yeah.
with for
It's
now.
just a pocket, not an actual dry space to like sit.
No, you can
Okay.
swim up there. You can even be careful checking for things. But there is just a pocket of stale air up there that would allow you to breathe. But you can breathe water.
Gotcha. Okay. Just trying to find a spot to actually rest, but yeah. All right.
I mean, you have 24 hours
Huh?
of water breathing. You could take a short rest. Hell, you could take a long rest down here if you
I
really
know. I
wanted
was like,
to.
look, we could just sit down in that corridor that we went through and be fine.
It's not even concentration, so it's not going to drop if Sevgi falls asleep. It's a stupid spell.
I love this spell because it's pissing Jack off. I love it because it's just spoiling all of Jack's fun.
When I was
Fair.
designing this, I remember Sevgi had the spell. I just did not realize, one, it could work on up to 10 people. Two, it lasted for 24 hours. And three, it was not a concentration spell. I'm like, okay, she'll be able to give one if she upcasts it, maybe two or three of them water breathing for an hour or so. If I deal some damage, it might drop. It'll still be an interesting... Oh, okay. No, everybody breathes water for the rest forever now. All right. Let's just take a stroll down the sunken dungeon.
Sorry.
No, it's great. It's great.
This is great.
I also still had my cap of water breathing.
Yeah, that is
And I have a
true.
But I
potion
was-
too.
And you have
I
a
was
potion.
waiting for
Yeah,
it.
you guys would have been fine either way.
It's not like-
But it's just hilarious that this completely spoiled
Yeah.
it.
It just feels weird to try and take a short rest in a completely submerged
It would
corridor.
be fighting against your own survival instincts to do so, yes.
So,
Oh yeah.
And you've only explored a short amount of this, so you don't know if there's
yeah.
additional problems down here.
True, but I mean the parts that we've already explored, we could technically take a short rest in.
Everybody else
we
down the
hide in, like, the
hallway
corner.
hears the crumbling of stone, the slamming of stone on stone.
You alive?
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, we're fine. It's exactly what I kind of thought it was.
It didn't catch you, right?
No.
Okay, good.
Almost did. He got out of the way.
Sure.
There.
All right.
Just swim back down, and yeah, there was a essentially spike trap, net spike trap. You yanked the rope, and it triggered it, which is about what I figured would happen.
Would be far more effective if this area was dry.
Yes. Well, it would still probably be fairly effective if I had been more under it at the time, but
Yeah, that's true too. It just makes me wonder
Random-
if there's might be some way to drain the water.
well, I suppose,
Hope so.
should we keep moving or?
Look, I am
We-
fine, but quite a few of you look pretty rough. So maybe we should rest, take a little break.
Little break sounds good. I am a little winded.
So, let me ask you, Jack, because I feel conflicted about this. Like, since normally when we take a short rest, it's spending time bandaging, kind of, taking. Would that be possible or harder while kind of fully submerged and floating?
It would narratively be more difficult, more taxing, more strenuous on your mental state, but mechanically, I'm not going to penalize you for taking at least a short rest underwater if you just wanted to
All right.
float for a bit.
The player in me is like, I'm had the shit kicked out of me and out of spells. I really want to. I'm just trying to, yeah. So yeah, if that's the case, then yes, I will agree. Let's kind of tuck into this little room and take a quick rest.
Well, maybe not in the room with the spike pit.
You just
Yeah.
want to hang out in the corridor?
Yeah.
It does continue on.
I think
Yeah, I
tucking
think
kind of
you can
into
hide
the
in the
room is
room.
I was talking
like
about like
the
this
opener.
section of corridor.
Yeah, there's no way to close this off, really, unless you
No.
guys want to fashion a barricade.
Look, I'm only missing 10 HP, so I can be at the end of that corridor.
I'm just pointing out from a purely adventure dungeoneering standpoint that this is not really a secure place. Whether that bothers you or not is up to you. But
Well, that's why I was saying go into the room. So there's really only one way in and out.
sure.
It is slightly more defensible.
Mhm.
We have an entrance we can watch. Was my thought.
Okay.
All right. So you guys
Yep.
want to huddle up in the netfall room and take a short rest?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is only half an hour, because we do I've tweaked short rests a little bit so that it starts out half an hour and it adds half an hour every time you take another short rest. Though we don't usually take more than one short rest, so I might revisit that. I expected more short rests with a warlock in the group, but we don't spend a lot of time dungeoneering or trekking through the wilds, so it doesn't come up as much.
Don't forget you add your con modifier,
Yep.
Arlene.
Yeah. Yes, that'd be 15 plus 6. What's what? 21. Yeah,
Yes.
that is all my damage. That worked out perfectly.
Thanks.
Yeah, I was like, I rolled one hit die and got more than the damage I took.
Okay. So, as you are trying to relax underwater down here, catching your breath as much as you can, breathing water, just letting the adrenaline come down. Maybe patching yourself up a little bit. I mean, you can't really use salves or ointments, and any bandages you apply are going to be wet and not all that effective. But you can just take some time to rest, get your wind back, refocus yourself. As you're doing so, the longer you sit here, the more uneasy you feel in this water. You begin to get anxious. You don't want to be here, and I want everybody to make me a charisma saving throw.
Oh. I
Would
hate all your
I get
charisma
my-
saves.
Would I get my elf advantage from with this or no?
It is not a charm effect.
Okay, cool. Just want to make sure.
Mhm.
Oh, if it's a fear effect, I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay, roll 20. I'll do it your way. My modifier. Sorry. It's always when I need to roll.
Okay, let's see. What do we got here?
There it is. Jeez Louise.
24 from Ander, 11 from Sevgi, 17 from Aquila, 7 from Tali.
Mm,
I suppose I should roll
No.
for Shliva and Krushka,
yeah.
with Shliva's -1 charisma save.
So
she got
she rolled the same as
17.
me.
And Tali, at least.
And Krushka,
Man, you even have
7.
proficiency in that save.
I do. And Krishna got the same
Does
saving throw.
Chris
Yeah,
have
my-
any modifiers?
Uh,
I mean, not expecting good, but
she gets a -3. She rolled a 10 -3.
oh, okay, I didn't know. That was added in already. Oh, I see. It's nice to not be the person with the worst charisma.
Okay. I would like Sevgi to roll a D100 twice, and I would like Tali and Krushka will have to do the same. Roll a D100 just once.
Oh, dang, I'm
Oh, Tali.
scared.
Oh
that laugh.
no,
It better not be a fear or a grapple or anything.
it's
gonna
a
be
something. It's a
Oh,
something
God.
that made him laugh and go, "Oh, Tolly, it's not good."
I don't
And
like this.
Tali begins swimming terrifiedly down the hallway.
She turns
Uh,
back into a crab.
Yes, Tali, you do just that. About halfway
Which one?
through this, or towards the end of the short rest, because you guys rolled all of that through. I'll give you the short rest. Towards the end of the short rest, Tali, throughout the short rest, you are spending most of this time trying to keep yourself calm, trying to rest, trying to get whatever stamina abilities back that you may get, regain your focus, but you're having a hard time. The water feels it as you're staying here. The water begins to feel colder and colder and slimier and just wrong.
Yeah.
You begin to see things in the shadows of this chamber moving around. There seems to be an odd current in the water that doesn't make any sense, as if something invisible or just sticking to the corners is reaching and swiping and trying to reach out and grab you. And at the end of this short rest, you just can't take it anymore, and you bolt and swim as fast as you can back down this corridor.
Well, I won't get far because the boulder's in the way.
Meanwhile, Krushka likewise is just clinging on to Shliva this entire time, and is just twitching. Unable to do anything but dig into Shliva painfully, it looks like, and is just incapacitated. It looks like if she was above water, she would be growling and hissing, just ferociously. Sevgi. Let's see. You rolled twice on this table, and I was going to pick the nicer of the two options, though I don't think you really rolled a nice option because they basically both do the same thing. Sevgi, you begin to feel lightheaded. Likewise, you are being overwhelmed by the oppressive nature of this area. You can hear voices that you can't make out what they're trying to say, whispers coming out of the darkness of the water down here. And you begin to feel lightheaded and prickly. And eventually everybody else just notice, even in the water, Tali begins, or Sevgi begins slowly rocking back and forth and just stops and floats.
Thank God this
Just
isn't
pass out
concentration.
underwater. Oh my God,
Yes, I
we'd be
think she did
screwed.
just pass out underwater.
So, yes, Sevgi is unmoving, limp, floating in the water as Tali just bolts and swims. Tali, give me a 1d2.
1d2.
Yep.
Decides what direction you go.
One is back towards the boulder,
God.
2 is deeper into okay.
It's deeper.
You are overcome with fear. You don't remember where you are. Instead of turning left and heading back down the way you came, because you are so disoriented, you begin swimming as fast as you can, which again is only your half your normal move speed, further down into the corridor, unless of course anybody. Yes.
I was gonna say.
Yes, I'm gonna just kind of mentally, to well, shout to Aquila underwater, probably do it mentally at the same time, just to get it across. Grab Sepki while I take off after Tali.
That's exactly what I was planning on doing, so that works out.
And
yeah,
since I can
gonna-
swim twice as fast as her, try to catch up to her and grab her and calm her down.
Sepki, roll me a d20. Cool. Ander, with your gloves, you are much faster than Tali, even in her frightened state. Tali makes it about halfway down the bend in this corridor before you easily catch up with her. What is your intent now that you have caught up with her?
I said to calm her down. Like, just try to... Something has obviously spooked the crap out of her, and she just took off. So to try and talk her down from whatever has got her riled up. Like, just, hey, calm down. We're here. It's okay. Probably.
Yes, play that out. Arlene, you are irrationally afraid of everything around here. For 10 minutes, you are deathly afraid of being in this water. You want out of this water right now, or you will die. But play that out.
So, all right.
Pressure.
I'm gonna-
Okay.
Play that out.
As soon as I catch up with her, grab her by the shoulders, spin her around so she is facing me, like face to face. So first of all, she's
Contested
seeing...
athletics check. Holly, you do not want to be held. You do not want to be pulled around. You want to get out of this water right now.
17
Probably not going to win that. but-
plus athletics. You said. Hold on.
Yeah, that's your. You're not trained in athletics,
19. No, I'm not trained, but I have a +2.
right? Your strength.
Young lady. Oh. It rolls like a.
Mm.
Well, that was a good try.
And I'm guessing my gloves don't affect this in any way.
Yeah, they don't really help with grappling. They do kind of have that sort of sticky, sort of just enough to help you climb effect. Because it mechanically does help climbing, but it's not enough to help in a contested grapple situation.
Oh.
I wasn't more. I was wasn't sure if the
Armor.
advantage of swimming would help in the spinning someone around in the water. But that's fair.
Yeah, no, it would.
Okay.
Since you're both swimming, it all cancels out.
Okay.
But yes, you do just barely. You grab at her and do connect a bit and begin pulling her back. As Tali, you are deathly afraid of being here. You don't. I mean, Ander keeping you in this water. Ander has gone crazy. He is trying to kill you. You kick him in the chest as hard as you can and bolt further down the hallway.
This place isn't right. I'm leaving.
Oh,
You're going the wrong way.
I got it. Once she kind of kicks me, while we're still real close,
Mhm.
Use my telepathy ability, just project an image of her shrine outside of Dupont. Just beautiful sunlight, calming, little squirrel sitting on top of it.
Aw.
Just the most calming image of that I can conjure.
He's so conflicted.
He wants to ruin it, I know, but it's
Clearly.
you gotta admit it's a decent idea.
Yeah. Tali, I'll give you another save on this effect. Go ahead and roll me that charisma save again.
All right. Let me see if my she's.
You won't be able to do this until the next round. So Tali is going to get a
Hey!
movement. But okay. Tali, you do manage to swim forward before this really takes effect. You swim forward and see that it turns down into a smaller corridor. That being the only way you can progress. Swim down that way before you come to a large iron riveted portcullis. and you swim into it and latch onto it and begin banging on it and trying to push on it frantically to the point where you're not thinking clear enough to work out exactly how to properly open it before in your mind you get a rather nice, comforting image of a holy area that you built yourself and seemingly was sanctified, hallowed by your patron, your deity.
Yeah.
And taking some time, that mental image combating against this wet grip against your mind, it does push it back enough that you are still shaken, you are still afraid, you still want to get out of this water, but you're open to reason, you're open to some amount of logic, and you have some of your sense back to yourself. You still want to get out of this water, but you're not under the fear effect at the moment. But just keep in mind your state of mind.
I'm ready to get out of here.
Ander, to make sure that this actually worked, I assume you swim up and see her sort of death gripped to this iron portcullis.
Yeah, try to catch up with her, and gingerly this time, kind of put my hand on her shoulder and
I would probably jump again.
ready to dodge a kick.
Kick, punch, hammer.
Sorry.
Tali,
What?
you
I'm
with us
okay.
again?
I think so. Water isn't, something's wrong with it. I'm ready to leave.
All
go.
right, gently, kind of less, dramatically this time, kind of gently, just, it's okay. We can breathe. We're all right. Just kind of take some, I personally take some deep breaths of water just to kind of reinforce, it's okay. We can breathe. We've been in worse. We'll make it out. We just need to stick together. Separating is how we get in trouble.
Meanwhile, Sevgi, roll me another d20. Akila, are you doing anything?
Yeah, I'm trying to wake her up. Well, actually, first I'd probably be checking to make sure she's breathing, which, how would I do that underwater?
I mean, with magical water
Feel
breathing, there
the-
is still an intake of water. You don't grow gills, so there would be a sort of, you'd be able to detect a current in and out more than you would be necessarily a breath. You can still look for the rise and fall of the chest. So go ahead and make me a medicine check.
I'm gonna think she's dead.
You might not be
Yep,
wrong.
I think she's dead.
Oh yeah, she's not just dying, she's dead. She's not breathing. She was just alive 1 second and then just dead. Like maybe water breathing didn't work. She just drowned. You don't know, but Sevgi's dead.
Cool. Well, Shalifa's still there because of this,
Mhm.
because Tali and Andrew. It's like, oh my god, she's dead.
What do you mean she's dead? Why is she dead?
I don't know. She's dead.
I don't know. Let me take a look.
Oh my god, Sevgi's dead.
How do we think Sevgi's dead? Oh my god.
Oh, I had really specific
Terrible.
instructions from Christian on how to use a very particular spell. And I think I have to use it. Because he would
no.
in this
Oh my
instance.
god.
Okay.
Oh
I mean,
my god.
she has a +8. She is trained in medicine.
But she
But
rolled
with
a
a
nat 1.
natural 1. Okay, let me look at
It's hard to
something
tell
here.
someone's breathing underwater.
That is
you know?
true.
It's
Yeah.
different.
Yeah, it would be. And it's not
Oh,
something that,
man.
it's not something you're really trained to look for, because normally you can't breathe underwater.
Mhm.
Rise and fall of the chest would still be my go-to in that situation.
We
Okay.
rolled nat 1s.
Okay, no, I can...
There is
I
no
can
rise
Yeah,
and
you
fall.
did.
Okay. No, you're right. She's dead. That's
Oh my god.
Quest, what have you done to us? Okay, I can, um, we have some time, but I think I can bring her back. I think I can bring her back, but
Bring her back.
I can't do it. I can't do it right here, right now. We need to get out of here, I think, or something. I could do it now, but it's going to take some time, and it involves oils, and I don't know how oils really work underwater. I don't think they really do. And
No,
it's
I
going to
don't
be,
think so.
but I mean, as long as it doesn't take us like a week or so to get out of here, and I really hope it doesn't, because
I
she
hope
was
not.
our water breathing. How are we still breathing if she's dead? I don't know how this works.
I don't know either, but we still are, so we need to make use of what time we have. Let's go get the others.
Right. Uh, can you? I'm kind of
I will grab her.
okay. Meanwhile, Krushka is still like death gripped, digging into Shliva's back, trails of blood seeping out into the water as Krushka's just like.
Just gonna grab Sevgi.
All right, you grab the corpse of Sevgi.
The dead Sevgi.
Sevgi, Stephanie, you're fine. You're not dead. You're fine. Okay.
I know, it's just
We-
hilarious.
I have an idea to determine that they're both idiots and that she's not. I just need
We're
them to
not
get to
idiots.
us.
I am not trained in medicine.
Incompetent. Fine.
So,
Incompetence not.
Ander, as you are trying to calm down the absolutely morbidly terrified Tali,
God.
Shliva and Aquila start wading their way over to the two of you.
Hey, here's everyone else. It's fine.
Sevgi dead.
She's dead. She's very
God
dead.
damn it.
No.
This is going to make Tali's situation better.
Everyone,
Yeah.
calm down.
Tali, this is an I told you so moment. This water is going to kill all of us. You need to get out of here. Like, it just killed Sevgi.
Redna, are you picking up any surface thoughts from Sevki? Would there be anything still floating on the surface? Heh.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think she's sleeping.
Okay, that would make much more sense than her just suddenly expiring. I think she just passed out from whatever is affecting some of us. Kind of look between the freaking out Badger and Tali.
Of course, it's
She's
the
not
two of
dead.
us.
She's not dead. I think it just stressed her out to the point of passing out.
Oh, then
But-
you prove it.
As I said, Redna's picking up mental activity. Not a lot, but something. And if she was dead, there wouldn't be that. But I do think we should get out of here. There's obviously something that is messing with some of us. And I don't particularly want to deal with what's farther down here in this state.
Yeah, your brains
So-
are being weird. Especially
Or than
hers,
normal.
pointing at Tali.
Tali's wiping tears off of her face, like
Tears and
It's
cold
water.
sweat and the perceived slime of the water around you. You want it off of you? You want it gone? You want it out of here?
I'm gonna investigate the. Just kind of slowly bring Tali back and investigate the gate.
Renna's going to, in a sort of eldritch octopus form, go over and just like latch on to Sevgi's head.
aw. And a hug.
You
I'm
people
still not
think weird
convinced that
things
she's-
when you're unconscious.
Why is it not?
I don't-
Nope.
I was gonna say I would
Okay.
help him investigate, but I
Okay.
don't think
Let's
he
go with
needs
the
it.
first one.
Yeah, the 23 was the actual roll.
Yeah, that just took quite a while to come through.
Yes, so this is a heavy iron portcullis. It's Built into the walls and the ceiling, you do see that there's an indent in the side in the ceiling where there are tracks where it can presumably be pushed up. It does look like it's quite heavy, but you don't see any sort of locking mechanism. You don't see any sort of lever. And with a bit of a push, even if you get Aquila to help you out, with a bit of a push, you do get some movement from it. So it just looks like it's a heavy portcullis that you will need to lift up.
Nothing that seems to be attached or trapped or
No.
would possibly trigger. Okay.
Actually, yes. You with a 23, yes, you can see that up at the indent in the top, just where the at the top of the track, where if you lift the portcullis up, there's a little flap or lever or gear spike there that when it looks like when the portcullis is lifted up, it'll contact that and flip it and presumably do something. Beyond this portcullis, because it is a portcullis, it's not a solid door, you can see into this chamber. It is another large rectangular, completely flooded chamber, but in the center, there's a large, about 10-foot diameter stone pillar that goes floor to ceiling.
Can I make out any holes or opening in the ceiling or surrounding walls? Anything that would give me a clue as to what the trap might actually do if or what that gear might do if it's turned?
From this distance, I'm going to have to call for another perception check this time to see if from a distance you can make out any crevices or differences in stonework.
22.
22, yes, nice. Looking out into this pillar, you can see that there does seem to be a section of this pillar, at least in the side facing you, that has a sort of rectangular gap in the stonework. It's not hollow, it's not recessed, but there's a rectangular portion, very, very thin, probably about 5-6 inches wide, but probably a good 4-ish feet high, of a cut in the stone. It's about all you can tell from this distance.
And it's facing like directly at the door.
Yes. You can also see actually that the pillar doesn't look like it's necessarily snugly flush to the floor or the ceiling, whether that is from erosion or whatnot, but it's not built into the floor. It was either placed there as a support structure once the room was completed and was built on the floor to the ceiling, or over time it was eroded, you're not sure. But there is the slightest gap between the floor and the ceiling, and there's at least one of these rectangular cuts in the stone pillar in the side facing you.
Gotcha. All right. Well, first option, kind of go over to Tali. Tali, are you? I think there's something. I think there's something attached to this gate, some kind of trigger mechanism. And do you think you can get to it and disarm it?
I can try. Where is it?
It would be very because it's like up there in the
Okay.
stonework.
Gotcha.
You'd have to rig together some sort of elongation mechanism to actually get the thieves' tools up into that space, and it's probably not going to
Okay,
probably not going
I
to
gotcha.
work. Not every trap can be disarmed. If it is a trap. Not every door can be unlocked with a simple thieves' tools check.
That's fair. Hmm. Well,
Can we lift it and pull
The-
it up and
the gate.
Yeah.
So, well, I'll wait for, I suppose, Taylor to get back. My
Yeah, the big
thought
strong
pro-
girl just walked away.
yeah.
to go take a breather after finding a dead Sevgi in the room, you know.
Not dead. She's just passed out. Um.
Says you.
So, well, and I guess this is because of the width of this hallway. We really can't get ourselves out of the way.
Not without going back around the corner.
No.
Yeah,
Effectively, only
tall
one
is
of
the
you can
ceiling?
really work on this.
fair.
The ceiling does go up to about a 10-foot vaulted ceiling, but the stonework of the door doesn't go up that high. The stonework of the door only goes up 6-7 feet or so, like a normal door would.
So I would suggest to Aquila just lift it up enough, possibly, for us to get under it without going all the way up if we can.
It would still
Maybe
flip.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in order to open the door, for you to open it enough to get through, it would flip the switch.
Okay.
Okay.
I
Notice
wasn't
if
sure
you
if
get back
the gear
around
had
the
to make like
corner.
a full rotation or something. If we could possibly just, since it is water, we could just kind of go under. But all right, yeah, I
Okay,
guess
notice
there
if
is.
you just get back around the corner.
Oh, keep an eye on the slot there. I feel like that's
Mhm.
probably whatever's.
Oh yeah. Cool. Want them to
Alright.
get back around the corner, and then I'm gonna try to open the door. I'll give
Okay.
Sevgi to Ander.
Okay. You give the
I'm
probably,
imagining-
but maybe not dead body of Sevgi over to Ander.
I
Oh,
imagine us
Christmas
dragging
mother-
Sevgi around by her foot like a balloon, just floating along.
No, Keel's been holding her like by around her middle.
Okay. Aquila, how long does your wolf form last? With the short rest, it's done, right? It's like 10 minutes.
It works like not at this point. It's a little more than that. I think. Let me check.
Actually, I will say while I'm being passed Sevgi, I will reach out, put a hand on Aquila, guidance.
Oh, thank you.
The doc's in your head now.
Damn it.
It's 10 minutes.
Giving you his special
Guidance of the doc.
word.
I hate I hate it when he's in my head.
I know you do,
That's why you did it, you jerk.
pretty much.
At least
Yeah,
it's
let me,
a big oily planet thing and not a zombie.
That not good.
He's way better than a zombie.
That's your opinion.
But yes, your lichen form does only last for 10 minutes, so it's dropped.
I think that's just at the start because I've upgraded at a point. It's like, that's why I'm looking.
You don't need lichen form. You have the guidance of Zadok now.
But I also did refresh my number of transformations with the short rest.
Sure, so you can transform again. Now lasts up to 30 minutes, and since the short rest is 30 minutes, it would have just
Yeah.
dropped anyway.
Yeah,
so.
it's fine.
But if you got more transformations back, you can just use another one if you want advantage for it.
Yeah, I
In your
mean,
head.
I've got both of my transformations back at this point.
Okay.
So I'll go ahead and do
16?
that.
Make your roll.
Oh shit! I've got to make a save.
How's it? seems excessive, but
Want that advantage, damn it.
Advantage and
Would
guidance.
you
Alright.
before you do this, would you like to try to assess the difficulty of this challenge?
Test boot. Just
Here.
kind of.
Sorry, I was just noticing it's
Wait a
like the what it says in the information you entered on my character sheet says up to an hour. Which I think might be the newer version that we don't use, or like the final version.
Oh, maybe. I don't know.
But yeah, half hour. It's like I can just go and
I
edit
believe
that
it's
later.
half hour.
Yeah, no, I'm not just. I agree with your half hour.
According to version 1.5 of Mercer's original lycanthrope order thing,
Yeah.
it is half. Oh no, that's actually at 11th level. We're not at 11th level yet. No, it's still only just 10 minutes. I
thought
don't
it
know
was
what you're
longer
getting.
than that.
Yeah, I don't know if that's
Whatever.
something
This is
from
something we can figure out later.
yeah, we'll work on it later. I'll have to look and see if it's something from his newer version that we don't use, or it's something that was in the Querent Therianthrope class I tried to get you to switch over to. But
You weren't giving me any of my crimson rights.
but I mean the result is the same. It's dropped. You can re-up it if you would like.
Yeah, I'll go for it.
Okay.
Well, actually, yes, I would like to assess the difficulty first.
Okay. Make me an intelligence check.
I'd rather have an investigation check, but okay.
No.
Even with proficiency from investigation, you're really not sure. You don't want to put too much effort into this until you're actually putting effort into it concertedly, so that everybody's on the same page.
Okay. Fine. I'm gonna try and transform.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your wisdom save.
Ooh.
19. Good. That means I don't need to find where I put that ruling. You're fine. You transform without any problems.
Yay. No, I've succeeded as many times as I've failed.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead and make me that athletics check with advantage. Because you are now
and
once
you get
again.
a D4.
Ooh.
Sure. Go ahead and roll that D4 on there as well. Why not?
Oh, yeah, sure.
You just hear in your head, lift with your legs, not with your hip.
Yeah, pretty
or
much.
not with your back.
Yeah.
As she's lifting, just.
Yes. So this took really just a little bit more
yeah,
than
pretty
just a regular concerted lift. With no trouble at all. You just bend down, lift with your legs. Thank you, Zadok, and lift it up. Now you can tell as you sort of let your strength wane a little bit. It's not stuck there. It's not latched. You're going to have to continue to hold it up as everybody moves through. As you do, slam it upwards. That rectangular cutout in the stone falls forward, and the pillar begins spinning rapidly. And on each of the sort of four faces of this pillar is another staggered, jutting, rectangular stone spike that is now spinning in a torrent in the center of this room.
I was gonna say, how close is it to?
It's about 15 feet into the room.
No, I mean, how far out does the spike reach?
About 4 feet. So in a
could
5-foot radius of the edge of the pillar is, danger zone.
Okay, so
you can
we
get
could
into the
get
room, but it would be difficult to get past.
Would shut off when I drop the door.
We'll see.
Yeah. Well, that wasn't exactly what I expected. guys might want to come around and have a look.
Yeah. Swim through and
Safe?
kind of hug the wall closest to us once we get inside.
Yes, there is just enough room for everybody to crowdedly fit on the other side of this portcullis without being too dangerously close to this blender in the middle of the room. However, Shliva is weighed down by Krushka, and Sevgi is still dead, maybe?
Dead question mark. Okay, so when I get in and I let the door go, does it keep going?
The door slams down. There is no change in the pillar.
That's what I thought.
How much space is underneath the pillar? Just like a little bit?
From the bottom of the pillar to the floor, like half an inch or so.
Okay. Just a second. And you said it was a little rectangle piece that fell?
Yeah, it's about a
Felt-
6-inch
felt.
by 4.5 foot slab. That's looks kind of vaguely sharp on the corners. It's more of a bludgeoning instrument than it is a spike or a blade, but it does fall downward. And on this face, it falls fairly low to the ground, but they are staggered around the pillar.
Yeah.
So
How
as
fast
it's,
are they moving?
I mean, do you want a miles per hour? I mean, fast enough that it's dangerous, and it's gonna hurt if you get hit with it.
Rotations per minute.
I was more wondering if there was any way to just grab one and let it sort of swing us around to the side we wanted.
Ooh, that would be difficult and most
Would
likely painful.
cause-
Yeah, it's probably
So
going to be painful
that would definitely
regardless.
cause an ouchie.
I have a possible idea.
Go ahead.
It's close enough to flush with the floor that I can't tell if the mechanism powering it is below it or above it, right? Like I can't
Correct.
see anything connecting.
No.
Yeah. Is there enough space between the pillar and the floor itself for like a ball bearing to drop through?
You don't see a drop. You can't really see under or over it, but it looks like it's suspended just a little bit off the floor. Presumably, I mean you're not really a mechanic, but metagame,
It seems like
outagame,
it's
there's
getting
probably
down
an
from the
axle
floor.
in the center of this
Right.
pillar.
Okay, fine. Is there enough
They're
room
all-
for a ball bearing to roll under it, or is it closer than like?
Maybe it might get stuck. You're not sure.
Okay. Damn.
I'm interested
How
to
high
see where
up
you're
do
going
the-
with that, though.
My idea was to. I still have that goddamn bag of ball bearings that I bought to use with the
Mhm.
rubber wand.
You're right.
idea was-
Yeah.
Because that was
Interesting.
one of the few things the
Rubber wand.
fire didn't wreck because they're
Yeah.
steel ball bearings.
Right.
And my idea was to use Mage Hand to try and roll them into whatever gear system was powering it and fuck it up.
Oh no,
What would happen if-
that's all below the stonework.
Right. If there was a hole or something that I could get them into
Oh.
and have them drop into it, and okay,
No.
essentially literally throwing a wrench or gear wrench in the gears, but in this case ball bearings. But all right.
You can make some attempt. I mean, you have 1,000+ ball bearings. You can roll some in. A few get stuck. A few get shot out at incredible speed into the wall, and some just disappear beyond where you can see down that like half-inch gap. But it doesn't affect the
Okay.
spinning of the pillar.
Bear.
How
Akila,
high
you
up
were up
do
to
the
something.
spikes reach?
High enough up that it would be, you could potentially go over them. You could also potentially go under or around them, but whichever way you go, it is going to be difficult to swim that precisely enough to not, be caught by it. But the
Alright, I was
lowest
hoping the
spike is
people who could-
probably 2 feet off the ground. Likewise for the highest spike.
Okay, I'd been
2-3
hoping that
feet.
people who could swim could just go over it.
It's a possibility, but it would require precise timing. It's not spinning like a blender, but it is spinning fast enough that it will hurt just from the bulk of it. But if you are quick and you are precise enough, and deft enough, you have the possibility of swinging through it.
That
Is
thing
there
I'm
also
not.
a gap?
Like, so I have a shot.
Is there also a gap at the top of the pillar?
Yeah.
Kind of like the one at the bottom? Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I was hoping that Andrew could just like spider crawl his way over through the ceiling.
I mean, being able to stick to the ceiling would help, actually, because you can really just pin yourself to the ceiling and,
Mm-hmm.
soldier crawl on your belly the way forward.
Okay.
So, Ander, once again, you have defeated my dungeon without even trying.
Well,
I had that thought, and I also had a backup plan if
Yeah.
it wasn't. So I was gonna get through this one all right myself, probably anyway. It's
Right,
trying to
Misty
figure out a
Step.
way to get everyone else. Yeah, that was my backup.
yeah, I figured. Well, you
But
could loan
it's-
out your gloves.
Yeah, I'd
That'd be
rather not
fun.
burn the spell slot. I was
think
trying
about
to
it.
figure out a way to get everyone else across.
Well, because those gloves did they require attunement?
I believe they might have, actually. Let me double check that, but I
don't
think they
remember.
did. Yes.
Okay. I just literally didn't remember.
I wasn't sure either, but yeah, they're on my list of attuned items.
Okay.
What if we use a rope on the bottom of the wall? Like Andrew can like swim or crawl over with the or under with the rope, and then
I don't think that's gonna.
like, use the rope to pull ourselves along the floor. Honestly, I feel like that's just the same as crawling. So maybe
Yeah.
not.
Alternative idea, since Aquila did burn her. Since Aquila is transformed and does have excessive strength in that form, we
Theoretically.
do have. Well, and this might just be completely a moonshot, but we do have that super strong rope, I think, don't we? Like,
Mm-hmm.
I think
Earth
Tali
silk?
has rope. Yes. Use Mage Hand to, like, hold a loop of it, kind of waiting when one of the things comes through, catch it, and then I don't know if it would rip through the rope or if it would pull you along, but if you could.
Yes, is what I think the answer would
Hitch
be
a
to that.
ride?
I think the
No,
answer would
not
be
hitch a
yes,
ride. Like, stop it and either just dead stop it or hopefully wreck it with
Is
that.
Aquila going
Attach
to
the
anchor
rope to the
herself?
portcullis.
I know, that's the thing. It's like, no, I would totally get dragged along with that. I don't weigh enough to stop
We can,
something with that kind of mass.
You can tie
There's
it to the
a
portcullis.
steel. I was gonna say there's a steel gate right next to you.
Hmm. Then why don't we just tie one end of the rope to the gate next to me and then loop it over the thing?
Yeah, we could try that too. That's a fair point.
Okay, at which point I would recommend we get back in the corner away from the gate. Just in case it gets pulled out.
Also a fair point.
So you wanna tie the earth silk rope to the portcullis.
Mm-hmm.
Tie a
Form a-
loop in the other end of the rope and try to lasso one of these jutting
With
pillars.
Mage
Essentially,
hand.
Mage Hand it. Just kind of
Okay.
hold the loop where the arm
Mhm.
would be, and if we make a noose out of it,
Yeah.
it'll.
Yep,
I mean, if anything, it'll slow
Okay.
it down long enough for us to swim past.
it
Or
might.
breaks. If the rope holds and doesn't get like sliced through.
Okay.
Well, this wasn't a
I like it.
blade; it was just
I like it.
bludgeoning tool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Us.
So you can
You said
do
it was
so.
play. Okay, let's try it
I
then.
want somebody to make 2. Again, use rope is not a skill in this game. That is 3.5. Everybody stay hydrated. So I think in this case it would just be a straight dexterity check to see how well you can tie these knots, because there's going to be a lot of force applied to this rope, and the weak point would definitely be the knot.
It's like, you gonna give me guidance again?
Sure.
Can.
Okay.
That's the thing of double guidance, is there?
No.
Double guidance doesn't do anything.
Alright.
No.
One's just less
It's much
slimy.
funnier to have Sadok.
It is.
do
I will agree. So okay, sure, I'll try it.
Okay.
Sorry, but the 21 was the first number.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That is for the knot holding
So
it to the
23.
door. Make another one of these checks for the knot of the lasso.
Gonna guidance me again?
Sure.
I mean, because you can.
Yeah. All right.
Yes.
So,
25.
Aquila, as you are manipulating this rope, in the back of your mind, you feel a sort of slimy pressure against your brain. And there's almost an overlay, an AR overlay over the rope that you are manipulating. And for a second, you get the mental image, you get the feeling that it is not rope, it is oily black tendrils just coiling around each other and knotting into a grotesque, slimy, tentacly mass. But it is such a well put together knot that it's almost certainly going to hold. And
Yeah, I
an
have my own
eldritch
Gordian
knot
knot.
technique. Yeah, your own sort of eldritch Gordian knot technique demonstrated
Thank
to
you,
you
Zadok.
by Zadok's oily tendrils.
Mm.
So you tie it into the portcullis, and you tie a lasso onto the end of it, and then I assume it's up to Ander to use Mage Hand and rope the pillar.
Yep.
So this is just really going to be a matter of time rather than success or
And,
fail.
I'll say it's like, get everybody into the corner away from the gate.
Sure.
In case it rips out. But
So go ahead and give me a... Just give me a
Arcana?
spell casting roll. D20 plus proficiency plus... not proficient because it's spell... charisma plus D20.
Charisma plus D20.
Yeah, I always have to remember that spell casting checks don't use proficiency. I don't
thought
believe
they-
they do.
I thought
I
they
could
did.
be wrong.
Well,
Nat
either way,
20.
he got a nat 20.
Yeah. Yes. So your first attempt, you create your mage hand, just float it out, daintily holding the well knotted earth silk rope, and just in the first try, just
Little spectral tentacle.
loop it on, and it continues what rotation it has before it. And I need to make some strength rolls for a few different things here to see if
Lots
everything
of
holds
physics.
together and at what point it may break.
And as soon as it stops, tell people to start.
Move!
Go.
Move! Move!
Go.
Okay,
There's a chance. Wait, is
so
it spinning clockwise or counterclockwise?
Does it matter?
clockwise.
Yeah, because we got it. Okay, so we can go up the left
Yeah.
side.
Yeah, that is a fair point.
Yeah, that is a fair point.
Good thinking, actually.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
I just wanted
let
to take the shortest route.
let me roll something here. So I need a d20 for the strength of the pillar against the rope.
Wait, did you say it was rolling counterclockwise?
No,
Clockwise.
Okay.
I was right.
That
That's
makes
left
more
side.
That's
Okay.
why I was asking. Misheard.
Okay. Who's going through first?
It will.
Well, I'm unconscious, so
Yeah.
I know.
Unfortunately, Seppi is still unconscious.
I am actually going to
yeah,
pass
Charlie can
Sepki
go.
off to someone.
I'll take her
Um,
again.
Okay.
Then when we get to the other
'Cause-
side, just kind of push Sebby through.
I'm going to go
then
last so that
catch
if
her.
need be, I can try and take the high, like just stick to the ceiling and take the high road. That way
I'm
other people
probably
have
gonna
time to
go
get
through
through.
pretty early since I'm carrying Sevgi with me.
Alright, so
Like-
Tali
Tali
and
first.
Aquila.
Tali,
Yeah.
as soon as this slams against the rope, you can hear the screeching of metal against stone and the shifting of the portcullis as it is wrenched off its track. There is movement in the stonework around this doorway as bits of stone and what mortar was. There wouldn't even really be much mortar. What mortar was in there and flakes and pebbles of stone break off as the portcullis is wrenched off and pulled slightly forward into the room, breaking the stonework of the doorway, but it holds. Likewise, the pillar slams forward the loop of this rope gets pulled down near to the base and holds. There's a strain to it. You can hear what sounds again like the straining of metal and the clanging of metal against stone. And you can hear just barely, almost inaudibly, over the movement of the water, this sort of fibrous tension of the rope as it is straining to its furthest. Tali, you take that opportunity as soon as it stops. You push yourself off the wall, and swim through the these pillars that are stuck in motion. You make it to the other side just fine. Aquila, you and the maybe dead body of Sevgi are next.
Look. Yes.
I'm there to pull them
Shaliva said
along
that
on
she
the other
could
side.
revive her, so I'm carrying her with me.
Okay. Yes, you cannot swim, but thankfully with this being stopped, you can sort of slow run in the water over to the pillar and just sort of hop and leap past two of these now immobile sections of this spinning trap, sort of tossing the limp body of Sevgi off further into the room. It doesn't slam down
Fine.
too hard because she's in water, and you make
Well,
it
she's
through
reduced to
just
about
fine.
an eighth of her
Yeah.
normal weight.
Tali
Yeah.
would also be there to try and catch Sebby
Sure.
and pull her away from the pillar too.
Now, let me ask in what order you would like Shaliva and Krush to go through. Andrew, you said you were
he'd
up
be
last,
bringing
right?
up the
So
rear.
presumably that would mean Shaliva and Krushka are up next.
Yep.
Okay. That being the case, I'm going to need Shaliva to make an athletics check with disadvantage because Shaliva,
Krushka.
with Krushka still death gripped onto her back, does practically the same thing, bounds forward slowly on the floor in this water and throws herself just almost beyond this trap before the rope snaps. In the middle. The knots held just fine, but the rope itself was not strong enough to put up with the sheer
it.
torque of this mechanism. The rope snaps and falls limp, the side attached to the portcullis falls limp, and the rest of the rope is being whipped around, slapping against the wall, and whipping into the other side of the room. Aquila and Tali, you have to kind of back up before being slapped hard with this extra now tendril of whip-like rope.
Would that not just get wound around
Not
the...
gonna wrap around the
No,
maybe
Okay.
eventually.
not necessarily. No.
No,
Alright.
because
It has to
centrifugal
catch on
force
something
would keep
else.
it. Centrifugal force would keep it, extended
Because
at
it's
least most
basically
of the way.
spinning along with the blades rather than
Yeah.
around the base, about around the middle.
Hmm.
Yeah, like a weed eater. Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So I need Shaliva to make. This is actually going to be a dexterity saving throw than an athletics or acrobatics check that it would have been to precisely get through it. So let's see here. With disadvantage.
Oh no.
11 is not enough. I'm gonna say they both take the damage, actually. Because Krushka is really not in a position to help herself, so Krushka would be hit first, which would sort of spin Shliva enough that the follow-up pillar would then hit her. So they each take
Would it be
2d4 bludgeoning
reduced as
damage.
it gets up to
Oh,
speed?
2d4. That's not
No.
that bad.
It's on not
okay.
2d4, 2d10.
That
Oh,
Yeah,
That
2d10.
hurts.
I got 4 in my mind because I'm doing it twice. No, 2d10, once for each of them.
So it wouldn't be reduced from getting up to
not
speed?
bad.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
there was so much torque built up behind it that it's just immediately.
Fair.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Okay, that is Shliva, and Krushka will also take that same amount. I really hate that NPC character sheets. You can't keep track of health. Let me just use this pad here, not this one. That's Akila's blood poisoning.
I want to see that one.
So put this over. Here we go. Krushka. Episode 35, 7, 24, 21. Okay, took 9 damage out of her, yada yada.
It was Shliva who took the 9.
They both take 9. I'm just rolling once.
Oh.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Okay. Yes, they are not battered away by it. They are not caught up in the mechanism, which was a possibility if you rolled low enough. But they did take a wallop in the back, both of them, from this trap. However, everybody else is across. At this point, though, the mechanism is up to speed, now with a whip attached to one of these pillars.
At about face height.
Yeah.
How much rope is left tied to the, like, where, any idea where it snapped?
I'm going to
Is
say
it enough
about
to
in the
bother-
middle. There's about 10 feet of rope twirling around. There's not that much space on the sides of these walls, so it slaps hard against the stonework and is quickly whipped back around before it slaps hard against the stonework on the opposite side of the room.
Alright, well, I'm going to untie what's left to the portcullis just to
Appreciate it.
take it
Okay.
with.
Yeah, you got... Let's see, because rope is normally, what, 50 feet?
Let's just get this.
Sorry.
Rope is normally 50 feet, right? I believe that's the
believe
case.
so.
Yeah.
So I
Sounds
think
right.
it's 40?
We're going to say 50. So, Tali, mark that you now
Sounds
have
right.
30 feet of rope available.
It's 50, yeah.
30 feet of
Cool.
earth silk rope.
Cool.
Actually, you know what? Andor, make
No.
me another dexterity check, because these are the most secure knots you have ever seen.
Alright. Dexterity check.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will
Aw,
even give you the
no.
same D4. That's not going to matter.
No. Not when both of them were above 20.
You try to press the doc about, hey, how does this not work? And he's like, yeah, figure it out yourself.
You can be such a dick.
That's the point of you. But after a good, 5 minutes of trying to pull at this rope, it is stuck on there. This is a note that will take scholars years to figure out how to unknot.
And then someone will just pull an Alexander.
Yeah, just chop at it, which you can
Well,
do. To be fair, you can
I was gonna
take out a
say,
blade and just
I'll-
cut off the knot.
Yeah,
that
that's
wouldn't
what I was
preserve the
gonna
rope.
say. Yeah,
Preserve,
still give-
preserve a little bit of it.
give me a decent.
Tali, you're reduced to 25 feet of earth silk rope.
That's about what I figured.
Mhm.
So better than just leaving it there.
Sure, you managed to save half of
Get
it.
And then I'm going to crawl up to the ceiling and soldier crawl my way across the ceiling.
Okay.
Spider-Man, Spider-Man.
Go ahead and make me either an athletics or an acrobatics check with advantage,
Okay.
because you still have to be able to hold yourself up enough to not be hit by the blade that is close enough. It's how well you can army crawl, and you can army crawl on the ceiling of this water-filled room just fine. It is very disconcerting feeling the current of this mechanism whipping against your back underneath you, but you can
Yeah.
army crawl across the ceiling, probably farther than you need to, probably all the way to the back corner before you drop down.
I'm like crawling back down the walls.
Yeah.
Like a spider.
Yeah, you continue
Thank
to
goodness.
army crawl back down the far side of this room and turn around just in time for the edge of that earth silk rope to just wave right past your nose.
Well, that worked. Not as well as I'd hoped, but fairly well.
Better than I expected, honestly.
Yeah. Worse than I hoped, better than I expected. I suppose that's a fair assessment. Let's keep moving.
So, let me ask, as we're about at that time, do we want to take a quick break now?
Yeah, that
Sure.
works.
It seems a good time. We just passed another of Jack's traps.
Yeah, because we might be getting up to a room that you could easily blow through, or might take a little bit more time to figure out. So let's take a
second one.
quick break here. Yeah, probably the second one.
Yeah, we're doing all right
Let's
so
be honest
far.
with ourselves. Probably the second one. But we've been doing well.
Yeah, I'm having a
Yeah.
ton of fun with this dungeon.
Apparently, being buzzed helps me.
Hooray!
Do that every
Bomber
time.
effect. In,
Dungeons and
Um,
drinks.
well, I started
Dungeons and
drinking for
Dragons.
not good reasons today, but
Fair enough.
I can relate. Okay, so it's fun to play D&D slightly inebriated. It is not fun to try to DM at all inebriated. It doesn't work.
fair.
Hell, I
clear
wouldn't try to
mind.
run blades slightly
No,
inebriated,
any
and that's
game.
simpler.
Any game. Okay, yes, let's take a quick break here. I am absolutely adoring this dungeon. I think it's actually been more fun without the time constraint of you guys drowning. So
Yeah.
water breathing actually has made this quite interesting.
See, that you were
Yeah.
complaining
Yeah,
about it.
without it, this would have been a night.
Oh yeah.
This
This
would
would
have
have
been a
been
fuck you,
Having to go
Jack,
back
instead
and
Yeah,
of
forth
fun.
it would
to
have
take
been
breaths from that air pocket.
yeah.
At least we got an air pocket.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
nice.
So I'm having a ton of fun with this. So let's take a quick break. Try to get back as quick as we can.
Will
So
Sevgi rise from the dead in that time?
yeah, really.
Not dead, she's just passed out.
Nope, she's totally dead.
She just sleeps
Nobody
really
trusts your
hard.
medical knowledge because you
Yeah.
don't have any.
It's not mine, it's
It's
Redna's.
Redna.
It's Redna's
Brenda
ability
is
to read
brand new
minds.
to this planet.
Do
I
dead
mean,
people
it's
think?
Brenda, but
I don't think
he
dead
doesn't
people
have-
think.
But he doesn't really have the best understanding of alive.
That is true.
He
It's brand new to this planet.
understands thoughts.
Anyway, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in, I don't know, 8 minutes or so. And we still have plenty of this dungeon left to go. I'm excited to get back to it. So stay tuned. We will be right back. Stay with us.
Yeah.
Hello, we are back for some more Dungeons and Dragons, this time with an actual dungeon. Let
Still no
me
dragons.
Thank God.
check real
Yeah.
quick. Anybody in the audience who feels like being in chat, do let me know if there is an incessant hum in the background. I needed to turn on a second fan in my room to get some extra circulation in here because it is 82 degrees in my room.
I'm not
Uh,
hearing anything, but
yeah, so I think we're good. That's nice. My mic setup here does a pretty good job of filtering out background noise.
I just listened to the stream a little bit, and it seems like you're fine.
Sweet, awesome. Let's dive back into this then. Dive because we're underwater.
The bottom corner of your screen's a little funky.
Bottom quarter
it's going
of.
swimmingly.
Yeah, that's just because I have notes here. My green
Bad
screen's kind of
Tolly.
wigging out.
Bad.
I thought it was funny.
No.
I wasn't actually
okay.
listening to what she said.
Said it was going swimmingly.
Yep.
Uh,
It
Don't
is.
repeat it.
Actually, it's going pretty well.
Oh God, my chair.
Okay, so so far we have explored quite a bit of the underground, underwater, flooded cistern section of the Tomb of Dimaliba, or at least leading to the Tomb of Dimaliba.
We assume.
We assume, yeah. I mean, it's at least headed in the right direction.
At least we're
Um,
having fun.
Yeah. We've made it through several different traps
Having
and other
fun.
problems.
We think Sevgi's dead.
I mean, yeah, Sevgi is dead,
I'm
so
really
that's.
okay.
I mean, that's a problem, I
Ollie
guess.
is freaking out, but I'm having
Yeah.
a great time.
Okay.
Yeah, Tali is still
Andrew
freaking out.
sighing. Yeah, and every time someone says Sevgi's dead, Andrew just sighs and
Yeah.
rolls his eyes.
Yeah. So,
Which I have to tell
Aquila,
you.
Aquila and Shliva are convinced that Tali just spontaneously died. Renna's still getting brain activity, though, so Andrew is convinced that she's fine. Regardless,
Look,
Not dead.
that one. I'm
Shliva-
convinced she is dead until she's not dead anymore.
regardless,
Let's try
Shliva
to hold it
has the ability to bring her back within a generous amount of time, so it's not a problem. It's bad, but it's not a problem. Tali
Bring her back,
is
squirrel.
deathly afraid of being in the water right now.
Which sucks
There-
because
there
she's
are-
in the water.
Bad things in this water. She wants to be out of it, but with Anders'
Safe here.
psychic motivations reminding her of serene times at her shrine that she built, dedicated to her god, her patron.
Yeah, every time she starts getting jittery, just project it again.
Yeah.
It's
Just
it's like the sun's getting real low.
keeping
Focus on the shrine. Focus on the squirrel, damn it.
keeping her from completely going out of her mind with fear as she did initially when she was struck with the madness that seems to pervade through this water. The rest of you can still feel it. There's still an anxiety down here, still a
water.
desire to get out of these depths.
Yeah.
But you've pushed it off.
I mean, to be fair,
Well
we
enough.
probably wanted out of it anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, having just made it past in a fairly ingenuitive
Thank you.
bit of ye olde mechanic engineering, managed to get through a spinning pillar of death, or at least lots of pain, without lots of pain.
Only mild pain.
Only mild
Yeah.
pain for a couple of you.
Mhm.
So,
Like-
if we look
Sorry,
back
sorry.
at the map here,
Yep.
I reveal it a little bit more. Beyond this pillar, off to your right, off to your I forget which way we're facing. In that direction, off towards the east, you can see the corridor bends back down into what looks like a less wide, a thinner corridor that continues down. Would we like to have Ander continue to scout out ahead?
Yeah, since he can move
Yes.
the fastest underwater.
I will do what I was doing before, just kind of swimming through the middle of the hallway to try to avoid triggering traps while investigating the walls, ceiling, floor, everything around me,
Okay.
like a paranoid,
Yeah.
well, warlock.
Well, like Ander.
Go ahead and roll me an investigation check.
All right, Come on, keep doing me well, dice. Yeah, not bad. I'll take
Okay.
it.
Okay.
God, another one.
Yes, so you can continue to swim down this hallway. It does go down for what looks like another 20, 30 feet before it branches off again further towards the east or continues further down south. Up until this point, though, you have noticed no discernible traps in this hallway.
Does the cistern have so many branching paths? God damn it. Well, I guess I'm gonna do the same thing I did before. Just kind of hug the wall and peek around the first corner.
Okay.
Get the top of my
An
head
arrow
taken
whizzes
off.
by your
Sure.
head. How'd that work underwater?
Torpedo.
Darts actually work quite well underwater.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
Yes, you can look down this corridor here, and you can see it opens up presumably into a much larger room. You can see down into the center of this room is another stone pillar that spans floor to ceiling. Not as wide as the previous one, maybe 5 feet wide or so.
And squarish looking instead of round and spinny.
Correct.
Well, good. Square things don't spin.
Never. Impossible.
Too square.
All right. I guess I'll kind of motion for everyone to come up to the corner
Okay.
and then move a little bit farther down that hallway to get to see if anything opens up.
Is
Okay.
Sevgi still dead?
Yes, Sevgi's still dead. I mean, you guys could try to do something about it.
Okay.
I mean, to
But
you and
that's like-
Shliva, she's dead. The only option is to try to, revive her.
Yeah.
But anybody else in a more reasonable mindset might be able to do something. I don't know.
Like I
Not
said,
really
people who didn't
reasonable
roll a
mindset
one.
right now.
But you can proceed down to the edge of this corridor, and it does look like it opens up into... Oh, wrong one.
I would say
I need to reveal, not hide.
suddenly subsumed in blackness.
Yep.
No, but I have a light. Oh,
It does open up
No, your light
into
went out.
a large square chamber.
Is this represented in any way? Whatever. Okay, no.
That is behind the pillar. You would have to go into the room
Fair.
and move around the pillar.
All right, that's fair.
That's the
That's
yeah.
fair.
That's how line of sight works. I was gonna give it to you, and then I remembered, line of sight is a thing. You have to go into the room.
Okay. Is everyone kind of keeping
yes.
sort of behind me,
Yeah.
not right up on me, but
Yeah.
Tali's like back here, probably.
all right. Well, I will hugging the right side wall, move myself down until I can see around the pillar.
Easy enough. Oh, I keep clicking on the wrong.
And my vision goes black.
There we go. Okay.
But,
Alright, I need to get better with the hide and reveal options.
It's like your vision
Hope
is
not.
like
Yeah.
Andrew's vision just keeps
Like-
shifting.
and these light bulbs keep flickering. I don't know
Yeah.
what's going on.
Guys, I think I might be having a stroke.
No, it's just Zadok.
I
That must
mean,
be what happened to Chef
if-
Zebgi.
If
It's
it's
just
gonna happen to
Zadok
anyone,
messing with you.
yeah,
Yeah. Oh, that'd be an aneurysm.
that would be an aneurysm.
Yay!
Ah. Okay, so Steven's
fucked
about
up.
to have an
It's by
aneurysm.
now.
I didn't know you were that stupid, Vegeta. Okay, so this room,
Guys,
Sorry,
Bye.
I'm having flashbacks now.
this room, it's quite plain actually. It opens up into a large, about 30 by 30 foot square chamber. There is a square pillar that runs from floor to ceiling. you can see that the bottom section of the pillar is actually perforated. There's holes in it, probably about fist size, just wider. Probably a good 3 of these perforations on each face of this pillar, up to about maybe 2 feet high or so. On the opposite side of the chamber, just beyond this pillar, there are two. Yes, there is one opening towards the top. You can actually see that this room ascends up further than the other chambers. It goes up probably 20, probably goes up from the floor, probably a good 40, 50 feet or so. And the water line looks like it stops about 20, 30 feet high. So there is actually a pocket of air in this chamber. You can swim up to the top. Above the water line is an opening, probably only about 2, maybe 3 feet in diameter. That seems to lead off somewhere else.
Interesting.
Just above the water line, or like a good, like how far above?
It's a good 7, 8 feet above the water line. High enough that you can't reach it if you are just sort of treading water at the
Yeah.
surface.
Well, good thing Ander can climb.
And we have climber's kits still
Mhm.
from our climb up the mountain.
But it is only about yay wide. It would be it is wide enough for a small creature to squeeze through, presumably. Probably in that case only
Small
about
creature.
yay wide. A medium-sized creature is not going to fit through there.
Boo.
None of us are small.
Not without, a lot of difficulty and ingenuity. But it's up to you.
Those holes are on each of the 4 sides of the pillar?
Yeah.
Okay.
And looking into them, it looks like the pillar, at least as far up as you can see, but again, you can't get all that much of an angle. It looks like this pillar is hollow. Made of some nice heavy stones. If you wanna examine the holes, it looks like there's probably a good 6, 8 inches of stonework, but the inside of this pillar is hollow. Again, only large enough for, say, this opening is bigger than the other tunnel above the waterline. A medium-sized creature may be able to squeeze in here, but still the openings are only like yay big, small melon size.
Something the size of a redneck could definitely fit in.
Perhaps, yeah.
We're not sending Red to
yeah.
in blind.
He's always blind.
Shut up. Do I see any kind of pressure plates immediately around the entrance, or anything that looks like a pressure plate? Would that use the same investigation roll, or do I need a new one?
That works for the same investigation. Yeah. You don't notice any pressure plates, no.
Okay. Kind of gesture everyone that they can at least come in. The front part of the room looks safe enough.
Okay.
Can I check out the pillar?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm interested in that pillar too.
A 2.
Ah,
It looks
it's
like
a
a stone
pillar.
pillar. It's made out of stone. It's a pillar.
God. These dice. Okay. Polly is not an investigator.
I was interested in the pillar, so I guess I'll investigate it as well. Nope, I still don't know anything either.
Okay, it's still a stone pillar. It hasn't changed. It does run floor to ceiling, so it does stick up out of the water line and continues to go into the ceiling.
It's not
Can I
dead.
swim above the water line and just look around and see what's above the water besides that
Sure.
hole?
Yeah, you can swim up to the water line, and from the water line, it looks like it goes up another 20-ish feet or so before it hits just a flat ceiling. The pillar continues up to the ceiling in the center of the room. Off to the other side of the room, opposite from the corridor that you came in from, as I said before to Ander, is that 2.5 foot wide
Right.
tunnel.
Mm.
Speaking of that, I'm going to swim over to that side and try and climb up and see if I can get a look down said tunnel.
Okay, easy enough with your climby glove things. You can Spider-Man your way up the side of the wall and sort of peek your head into this this tunnel, this stone pipe.
Dragon breath.
No, it looks like it goes only about 15 feet down, and then it looks like it might go down, but it just looks like a stone tube.
Can't tell any kind of residue, water, anything in it. Anything that looks like it might have been transported through it.
You can feel as you climb up and stick your head in the tunnel that there is a very slight breeze coming out of the tunnel into this room.
Oh, okay. And you said it looks like at the end of it, it goes down or up.
Down.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Very slight air current.
I mean, somewhere on the other end, though, there has to be air. Okie dokie. If I swim down to investigate the holes around the pillar, are there any kind of air bubbles or anything coming out of there?
Swim down to investigate. You mean the holes in the pillar?
Yeah.
When you swim down there, you can feel there is a slight water current being pulled into the tunnel.
Huh.
You
I
had to
knew
come
it.
from
Pillar.
somewhere into the pillar.
Into the pillar.
Mhm.
Oh, I thought it was coming out of the pillar.
No.
Oh.
You can put your hand against one of the holes and there's a slight suction that forms. Just barely, because there's several other perforations, but
You said this was like 6. Well, I'll ask and see. If I swim to the top and kind of like, I don't know, taking a knife or small hammer or something and bang against the stone, does it sound like it's empty up top? Like, I'm trying to figure out if the water is draining downwards or being sucked up. And I would assume
bang
it's
on the
something full
pillar.
of water. Yeah. Like something that is hollow and not full of water, I would imagine would sound different.
Make a perception check, because it is a
Yeah, fair.
good 6 to 8
Yeah.
inches of stone.
That's perfectly fair.
It could just be that it's very thick stone, or there could be water in there. You're not sure.
Okay.
It was going to be a hard check.
That's fair.
It's not like checking plaster for a hollow spot on the other side.
Yeah, that's fair. Well,
I wonder if we can just like stick somebody's head through the hole and look up. I think Tali will do that.
I was gonna say,
It's
if you're
once
willing to
again-
volunteer.
Size of like a melon, right?
The hole's like this big.
Oh, I thought you said melon.
A small melon.
Okay,
Hmm.
never mind then.
An exceptionally large grapefruit, or an exceptionally small cantaloupe.
Chill. All right.
Yeah, hate
Just
grapefruit.
checking. Grapefruit is gross.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't particularly want to send anyone down into either hole, considering we have no clue what they are. So
Well, going down
I
places you don't know about is the cornerstone of exploration.
Yeah.
cut off
The
from
thing
the
is,
rest
we
of the
need
Or-
group
some way
by
up here.
themselves. Yes, and there's also there's a whole other branch we haven't investigated yet.
That's true.
Or
Well,
we start
this-
sending people into
I would
blind
say,
tunnels.
but this one feels more like the way to go.
Well, then we can polymorph you into something and send you through.
Yeah, actually, I can do that. Well, actually, no, not if I want to bring Sevki back. Huh.
But
Is Sevki going to stop being dead?
I
Mm-hmm.
I would suggest we investigate the other option before anyone goes into a space where they are completely cut off from everyone else.
I feel bad because Sevki's just been dead this entire session.
She'll come back.
Not
She's fine.
dead. Actually, all right. You know what? Before we move on, I am going to see if I'm gonna try and see if I can wake Sevgi up because
Okay.
I'm tired of telling people she's not dead.
How are you doing that?
Well, I feel like I'm relying on it quite a lot this time, but I am going to essentially try a similar thing to what I did to Omen and just essentially mentally yell.
Stay! Wake up!
Basically,
Show them you're not dead.
just try to telepathically. Just something to try and bring her out of it and shock her out of it.
Roll a d20 plus your charisma.
Okay.
Let's see how well you can project your telepathy. 14?
Not bad.
Yeah. It's actually been about the time, actually, that with some prodding, with some mental brain yelling,
That's gonna be a
and
weird experience.
feel free to play it out. But yes, Sevgi, you will wake up from this this mental nudging.
Yeah, and it's just gonna like the next like someone's gonna mention something like or whatever Sleva mentions. Oh, but I can't bring her back. And it's just gonna roll his eyes, let out an exasperated stream of bubbles. I think Aquila was the last one carrying her. Just
Yeah, she's been carrying her.
kind of put his hand on her head, and you see him close his eyes, and then just like internally screaming. It sounds like, just wake the hell up so these idiots stop talking.
Rude.
Yeah, you don't know that.
I know. Well, Keela doesn't. I know.
Sebby can't stop us from talking.
Yeah, so I guess Sevgi will wake up and she's kind of like looks around.
Sevki, you're alive!
She's alive.
Yes.
I died.
I thought you were dead.
We thought you were dead!
Just-
I checked you! Sleva checked you!
Shleva's gonna swim over and hug you real tight. Oh, Umquest, thank you for bringing her back to us. It's a miracle.
At some point, you'll notice there's a redness stuck to your head, which
Yeah.
I'll kind of just. All right,
Oh,
buddy.
that's right.
I think she's okay now. Thanks for.
Your hair's all
Checking.
oily now.
Luckily, we're underwater.
He doesn't
so-
leave traces.
That's true, that's true.
Your brain was broken for a little.
I don't even know what happened. I just
You started floating and we couldn't, and it looked like you weren't breathing. We thought you were dead.
Basically, Stephanie, you had a panic attack and passed out.
Oh, I
Mhm.
figured it.
Yeah.
Called it.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was kind of obvious.
Yeah.
For anyone who's gone through something like that before, it's like, oh, that's what that was.
Yeah.
We thought you were dead, but now you're alive, and now I don't have to bring you back, and now I can do other things. I guess I'm so glad you're still here.
No, it's like, we're glad you're still
Look
alive.
to Tolly. Are we a little bit calmer now that the water doesn't kill people?
Tali, you're still convinced that the water is
No,
going to
not
kill
really.
you
I don't. I mean, it
Well-
might not. It worked on Sevgi temporarily, but it still works.
all. Yeah, she could die again any second now.
We just have
On
to
the
watch
bar.
Sevgi really close, make sure she doesn't die again.
Well, Sefki, try not to die again.
Yeah, I'll try not to.
I think Tali's brain is broken too.
Has it more so
My
than
brain is
normal?
fine. This water is broken.
Yes, to both of those things.
I don't think you can break water.
Well, you can when it's frozen.
Thank you, Redna, for being the rational person in this group.
Person.
Close enough. And just, should we check the other entrance before we send anyone to their possible doom?
Well, you can, but I think this is the way.
Look and
Well,
see
it'll take
what's-
you a lot
what's in
faster to
there.
go and check by yourself. Or it'll be a lot faster since you can swim at normal speeds.
Well, this water's not safe, so Talia will trail behind Ander.
Thank you,
as a
Tali.
backup buddy.
Okay.
If you go off alone, you're gonna die. So
You're not entirely wrong in that assessment, so...
I was gonna say, it's like, yeah, but that happens even outside of water.
no, but this is definitely a guarantee that you will die if you're alone.
Alright. If... I'm just going to swim away.
Aren't you having
because-
fun?
And once again, keeping an eye on everything, not touching anything. Swim around to, pointing like you can see. Just,
Okay.
well, this, let me phrase that, this corner, and doing the same very cautious peeking I have been, because
Why every time? I'm clicking reveal. I think I'm clicking reveal. There we go. Alright. You can swim down to that corner and look past, and it does look like it comes to a dead end.
I wondered about that, because it was like, wait, physics of this says that that's not going to work.
Like I said, it's just this room. It's like, no, there's a thing here.
Absolutely nothing at the end of that corridor, just straight up dead end.
There's a wall.
What?
It would take further investigation to see if there's anything funky about that wall. Okay. Yes, you can creep a little closer, sort of sticking to the wall. There's damn gloves. Actually, you said you don't want to touch anything, so you
I
kind
don't
of
want to
wade.
touch the
Yeah,
wall any more
that's
than I
true.
need to.
Yeah, you kind of wade in the or tread water in the center. Of
But
this
I'm still a
corridor.
very agile swimmer at
That
this
is
point.
true.
Those
Yeah,
damn
just kinda-
gloves.
Yeah,
Like, you don't get to curse those gloves. You gave them to him.
that is true.
The
Okay.
master of stupid magic artifacts.
Yeah. Stupid D&D and its magic items.
Oh, like not even
Yes.
necessarily.
So,
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
you can tell at the edge of this wall here, there are several rows deep of little, like, nickel-sized holes in the stone.
That sounds like a trap.
And you can see
Darts.
just below you, actually, because you are treading water, is a pressure plate.
Immediately, if Tali is remotely close behind me, back.
No, Talia is probably gonna be like back here,
Good.
but watching very.
Just like peeking
Fair.
against the wall of the tunnel.
Yeah. It's amazing
That's
she can
smart
swim in
move.
her metal armor.
It's only a breastplate.
Yeah.
I know. It's like, no.
Believe me, I researched swimming in water.
No, I
Wow.
believe it. Again, it's one of those, it's like, no, it makes
But-
perfect sense that Keela would not be able to swim.
Continuing
There's so
on.
much. Yeah. Okay, so pressure plates and what is most likely just dart wall. There's a lot of idiot traps in here.
Well, we have been known to be idiots sometimes.
Yeah. All right. Well, cool.
Or what if they're
Um,
like darts full of medicine for healing?
Would you like to test it out?
I'm gonna swim around the corner and be like, by all means, let's see if your theory is correct.
So you know you're right. In this water, nothing is safe. So it's probably death.
Probably.
Yeah, miss, this water is definitely going to kill you.
All right. I'll swim back to the group in the other room.
Okay.
So,
Wall, small holes, pressure plate.
trap.
More than likely. Either way, it's a dead end.
Okay.
Well, though to be fair, this is effectively as well, so.
Mm.
So you said we could not fit through that hole up top, right?
Not without some
Medium-sized creature would-
creativity.
Okay.
Not a medium creature, not without some creativity. But a small sized creature could probably squeeze in there.
So I am suggesting this because I believe Shliva maintains way more hit points in her shapeshifted form. I would suggest shapeshifting and checking it out
Oh,
because last
yeah,
time Redna
I-
went through a hole,
Yeah.
it did badly for
A
everyone.
wild
Well,
shape.
yes.
Yeah, wild shaping.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of animal your oily brain thing is. But yeah, I could go look at places. I could turn into a crab or a fish or something. Somebody's gonna have to look after Krushka. As you can see, trails of blood continuing to spurt from her shoulders as Krushka's skill just
Well, I guess that's me. It's- Someone else
The
wants
Kilimo
to.
just.
Yep.
Sefki just came back from the dead, so that's probably.
Yeah, let's go easy on
Let her
Sefki,
take it
'cause-
easy.
Because everybody but Andrew is convinced she just came back
Yep.
from the dead.
Yep. Sevkin could start her own religious cult now.
I mean, we can resurrect someone. I don't see why that's special.
Yeah. Well, she managed to do so without anyone casting resurrection. She did it all on her own. It was a miracle.
Well, so did I. Did it without anyone.
Back
casting
Anyway.
resurrection.
My God.
No.
Okay. So
You saw Ander touch her and she came back.
that is true. Yep. So Shliva
refuse.
does that thing with Krushka, like when you put a shirt on backwards and you don't feel like turning it off all the way, you just kind of squeeze back into it and kind of slide Krushka around and, okay, Krushka, you gotta go with Tali now. Go with here.
Yeah, help pry Krushka off of Shliva.
And it takes quite a bit of prying, but eventually, yes, Krushka sinks her nails into your arms and your lower back, Tali, beneath your armor. You take 2
You
points of
just-
piercing damage, as you now
It's
have
hurt,
your
but
very
it's no
own
safe for
Krushka
water.
backpack.
Yay, Badger backpack.
Yep, Badger backpack.
I mean, it hurts, but it's still safer than the water.
That is true. Okay. Yes. So I believe Sevki, not Sevki, Shliva can turn into whatever animal she really wants. We'll go with crab because I have it up.
But
I don't
can
know
it
if
climb up
there's-
walls?
I can carry
mean,
her up to the hole and
climb.
pop her in.
You could just chuck her in.
Yeah, or
Um,
mage hand. You know?
or
We're not
mage hand,
throwing
yeah.
her.
There's
Mage
so
hand
many
her up.
better options than just throwing her like a basketball.
Most animals with climb speeds don't also have swim speeds. I can't imagine a spider does well in water.
No.
Probably not.
And I don't
But if you
think.
got her up above the water line and then she transformed, she could be fine.
Yeah, but you don't know where it's going.
Could have used mage hand
No,
and just
I
float
think
her up.
I think crab is a good sort of all-purpose amphibious creature.
Yes. I was saying because
Yeah.
crabs can breathe both air.
Ooh, what about
and
an
water, I
otter?
believe.
An otter.
Well, it's a weasel, so
she-
it would also
yeah.
be climber.
She could go otter. You want her
It
to
would
go
have
otter?
to be a river otter though, because sea otters are actually pretty big.
Yeah, it could be a river otter.
Okay.
It's a water weasel.
Shliva will turn into a water weasel.
They are literally a weasel family.
Otters are adorable.
I love
Um,
otters.
Yes,
But I like
so
river
Means
otters
if you
better.
do something,
Real violent,
to her
though.
now, you're hurting an otter.
otters make a real high-pitched squeak sound that I don't think I can do.
Yep, they are adorable.
Yeah, they're adorable. Okay, so somebody, presumably Ander or Aquila, can go and sort of hoist Otter Shliva.
Probably Andrew, because again,
Leave
can't
otter.
swim.
Yep, that's true. Yeah, Aquila, you're kind of relegated to the bottom here.
I know.
Okay. So,
So many jokes.
how am I going to do exploring my own dungeon?
Yeah, Jack, how are you?
Okay, so I will
Sorry, man, it
have.
was the most logical
It
course.
really is. Shliva will disappear for a while down this hole. You can see her climb up into the hole, sort of otter belly crawl forward and slink downwards before she drops into the darkness. You hear a splash. But other than that, she's gone for quite a while.
Well, I would suggest playing cards if it wasn't for the fact we're underwater.
You can play Go Fish.
Boo!
Ah!
Oh my god, that was a good one.
Bye, Steven.
No, Steven, come back. It was funny, you know it.
No. Puns are the lowest form of humor.
They're the highest form of humor.
They're not the lowest form.
They're below dad jokes.
And
I mean,
jokes are the
death
second
jokes
highest
tend to be
form.
puns.
It requires a very refined appetite to appreciate.
Really?
That's it.
So is anybody at all concerned that Shliva disappeared and has now been gone for half an hour?
Yes.
Because
Well,
there was
again,
wind.
I can't do
coming-
anything
there was
about it.
There was a breeze coming through the tunnel, yet we heard a splash. So I'm thinking she dropped into some water.
How about sending?
Oh, right. I forgot I have that. Let me see how many spell slots I have. Hold on a second. I should have a spell slot for that stuff. Does sending work on animals? Well, you know what? I'm going to figure it out.
Shliva still has all of her mental capacity
Yeah.
Okay, good.
because she does wild shape, not
You've used it
polymorph.
before. You've communicated to Shliva in giant eagle form.
Oh, right. I did. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to say, Shliva, you've been gone for a while. Is everything okay still? Need help?
I fell into another wet room, and it was dark,
He's a
and
tiefling.
but an otter isn't.
Oh yeah.
And the only way out was a tunnel at the bottom, and I got sucked in, and now I'm stuck.
Oh.
It's probably
Okay,
more than
that's a problem.
25, but she gets it out.
Okay, so Shliva is stuck in a tunnel underwater.
Otters, however, are not amphibious. They can hold their breath for a while, but they're not amphibious.
Mhm. She still has water breathing
Yeah.
though.
She does.
She does have
Damn
water
it,
breathing.
Sevgi.
She has
can't
water
think
breathing.
of her breath.
That's
It
fine.
doesn't matter.
Everybody's fine.
I think they can hold their breath for like maybe 10 minutes,
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because
7 minutes.
she's
something like
Yeah.
that.
24 hours, Jack.
Regardless,
I was saying, yeah, without that spell, she would have been dead. Or drunk
Yeah.
now, poor thing.
To be fair, we all would have been dead
Um,
without that spell.
Yeah. Okay, so small tunnel, big people. How we get through?
Aquila, with your passive
Mhm.
perception, you can hear screeching, squeaking coming from inside the pillar.
Like otter squeaking?
Yeah.
She's in the pillar.
I'm gonna put my face to the hole in the bottom of the pillar.
Give me your hammer.
Can't just
You gotta
smash
get her out
into
of
the
there.
pillar, not know exactly where she is. Do I see her in there?
Do you call out for her?
Yes.
Uh,
Shliva?
yeah, Shliva will kind of push down against this slight, this current, and just barely catch on to the top of one of these holes and pull her little otter face down.
And
Eh.
I give her a slight tug.
She's not going to fit through
Actually, you
that
know what? No, that,
Okay.
okay. I'm gonna
hole.
tell
Not
her
without
to,
widening it some.
I can tell
still
her to
have your
scoot back
pickaxe?
and try to smash the. Yeah, I do have a pickaxe. I can use a pickaxe to try to widen the hole a little bit. Just tell her to back up to a safer area if she can.
Okay. You wanna destroy some more ancient archaeological wonders?
Just
fine.
on one
I'm
side.
okay with that. Just a little defiling of
Oh.
ancient history.
Exactly. Just
Sure.
a little bit. A little bit.
So you
The rest it'll be fine.
This is a
Sort of-
personal thing for you, Jack.
you sort of wave Shliva off a bit, and as soon as Shliva lets go from the lip of this opening, you can see there she does actually get sucked up into the tunnel. Into the pillar, I should say. But you can take out your pickaxe, and it's hard to use a pickaxe underwater, but you can kind of build up enough momentum with a few swings or getting some centrifugal motion going. And actually, it's probably easier just stick. You do that a couple times, and it's not getting a lot done. Eventually, you just stick the spike of the pick into the hole, and just press against it and try to use it as a lever to knock some of the bricks out of place. And it takes some time, but you do widen it enough that you could probably pull her out if you can get her back down. It would require even more widening to get a medium-sized creature to squeeze into this space, but it's presumably doable. It'd just take more time.
So, if Shliva's already gone, would someone like to ask her where she is now?
And she's in this pillar.
Jack said she got sucked back up in.
All the way like where we can't see her?
I
Correct.
don't know.
You don't know how far she got sucked up, but you did see when she got let go. It was a very quick...
Oh.
Yeah, it vacuumed up our otter.
Yep.
Interesting.
Pulled an Augustus gloop there.
Mm.
Um,
I didn't think there was that much suction, but all right.
No, not quite that bad.
I'm thinking she went over through the tunnel down to a room underneath this room and got sucked up through the pillar. And it's getting sucked further up the pillar, right?
Yeah. So that goes somewhere.
So we have to go too.
Okay.
And that little hole right there just leads back down, so we just might as well go up.
Yeah. Well, then you're going to need to widen it a bit, aren't you?
Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna keep widening the hole so that we can all fit through it.
Okay. Number of hours equal to half your druid level rounded down. So that's 4 hours at this point. Yeah, so you take the better part of an hour or so widening this heavy stonework pillar enough. One, initially to try to get Shliva Otter out, and then realizing that she's beyond your reach, to get somebody else in. But eventually you do take out a good half of this pillar. And somebody can get in there.
Fine, I'll go. I see you there. I see you trying to get out of it.
Aquila, as the largest person in the group, it would be most difficult for you to squeeze through this smaller space, but it's still doable.
Okay.
Aquila, you can at least walk into the hollowed out section of this pillar and look up, and you can see. Well, actually, you see up. No, you see the water goes all the way up, past where you suspect the water line of this room to have stopped. The water goes all the way up the pillar. And it looks like it goes from where you are probably a good 40, 50 feet up, and you can see up near the top is an otter just kind of stuck to the ceiling.
Oh,
Like she's
water
stuck
has to
in
go
the
out
little
somewhere.
tunnel tube.
The water pressure or suction or whatever it is keeping her held there. Presumably she might be able to really try to swim down, but without any direction. I'm really worried right now. She's just kind of up at the top.
Maybe we can throw a rope up to her and pull her down if she holds on to it.
Did you say we're trying to go up ourselves?
Yeah, that's my thing. It's like I kind of want to go up there.
That too.
I mean, you could try to do one of these,
Yeah.
kind of wedge yourself up. It's gonna be difficult because there's really not a lot of room for you. But go ahead and make
The
me
water,
an athletics check.
the water shooting up help that get a little easier. to push her up?
For somebody as heavy as Aquila, not really. No, a little
That
otter.
was part
yeah,
of why
but
I volunteered to go in because it wasn't likely to sweep me up. Damn it.
a 9, especially not in your lupine form, which I believe is still up because you used
Yeah,
it to
has it
open the
been less than-
portcullis.
Well, okay. If it is, then I get an advantage.
Sure, roll again. 15. I'm gonna say that's just enough for you to very slowly make your way up, because especially in your lupine
Okay.
form, you're bulkier than you previously were, and you're
Yeah,
more or
well-
less kind of caterpillaring your way up, using your shoulders and your knees more so than your hands and feet to climb up this
Mhm.
this pillar, and you can climb up up as far as you want, really. You can
Okay.
go that 35, 40 feet up,
Mhm.
and grab Shliva Otter if you'd like.
Yeah, I think I'd tell her to let go.
She's not attached to anything.
Oh, I thought she was holding on to something.
No, she's just kind of floating there.
Okay, then yeah, no.
Okay.
I'd probably tell her to hold on to me.
Okay. She grabs onto your arm. It's a little painful because otter claws are quite sharp.
I'm
And
fine.
kind of coils up your arm.
Mm.
You can see
Mhm.
now that Shliva Otter isn't in your way and you're a lot closer, that there is a pipe. Looks like a metal pipe, about yay wide, that continues up from the ceiling. And there is quite a bit of suction that's going up into that pipe from this already confined extra portion of the pillar.
Hoping there was a way out.
With your passive perception, you can actually hear what sounds like running water and the splashing of water on water. up above.
Like a fountain?
I was thinking it was.
All right. Well, if I can't go any further, I guess I'm going back.
Okay. Make another athletics check with advantage to shimmy yourself back down. It's going to be slightly harder because of the current.
Fair.
Okay.
I think I got it.
Fortunately, you are not also stuck in this pillar. You do manage to shimmy your way down slowly, but do manage to eventually catch the lip of the broken up part of this tube here and pull yourself down, push yourself out into the greater chamber. Shliva
See
Otter
up there.
swims over to Ander and sort of like pokes you on the forehead.
She wants to communicate.
It's not two-way.
Don't you have the thing with your book?
Or underwater.
You can't write underwater.
Yeah, I can't write.
Magic book.
Ink's not.
Let me look up something.
I'll give you the book's magic, but I don't think the ink is.
Okay.
Redna translate?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably actually.
Can you trust him to translate accurately?
Relatively.
The gist of it, yeah. In the pillar, if you look down, can we see the room underneath this room?
Just
assume there
pipe
is
in
one.
it.
Tully, yeah, you can look down and you can see there's, again, probably a melon-sized hole. Little smaller than the one up above the water line that leads down, probably only about 3-4 feet or so, and then turns back towards the east.
Redna, could you please play translator for us?
Yeah, it doesn't look like freshwater otters can see all that well in the dark.
Oh, okay.
I was looking up to see, if I should give them some level of dark vision, but I don't think they can see all that well in the water. Or in
Fair.
the dark.
I mean, they are primarily daylight, aren't they?
Yeah. So you want Redna to try to play mental translator?
Yes.
Okay.
Telephone.
Weird, tiny, fuzzy, Shliva snake creature. Says it was dark in the other room, and water not up to ceiling, and only down, not up. Up didn't work. She couldn't up.
Thank you, Redna.
I might be able to up.
Don't make that face. It's not that obvious considering what happened last time.
Yeah, that was painful. I don't think there's any goblins in here, though. I don't know if goblins like being underwater. Of course, up is not underwater, I guess, so maybe there are goblins up. I don't like goblins.
I doubt there are
They
goblins.
have
I
pointy
noticed too.
fangs.
All right, let's give it a try. At least I can follow you while you do it anyway. Or tag along, essentially.
Oh yeah, it's been a while since you were in my brain.
Yes. I suppose it's been a little while since we've been separated that much, anyway.
Okay, bye. And Redna turns into, seeing Shliva in this form, turns into a weird, oily, eldritch, elongated, eyeball-covered otter creature, swims up, crests, and just jumps straight into the tube there.
And as soon as he does, Anders just going to kind of sink to the bottom, kind of take essentially like a meditative sort of seat. And oh yeah, you just kind of see his eyes glaze over with the black, kind of starry ink as you have before,
Okay.
and probably goes kind of limp or something.
So I'm gonna let you control Redna here because you can see through their eyes and I believe communicate easily enough in this distance.
Yeah, I think it's.
So
I forget where
Eldritch
my-
Otter Redna goes up into this tube, this tunnel, and again dives down this stone pillar, this stone pipe, and splashes down into a similar but slightly smaller room. Redna can swim around for a bit, and eventually, actually knowing, I said you were going to control Redna. Actually, go do stuff.
Okay.
You can explore my
this-
dungeon.
The water doesn't go up to the ceiling, you said, right?
Correct.
All right. So first of all, we're gonna climb up the wall out of the water
Okay.
and explore around kind of the top part, see what we've got.
Now you can perceive through Redna in what is basically mental sonar, kind of a sort of Daredevil-esque vision, but it's not
Right.
sound based. It's mental projection based, and it's kind of dim, and you're only getting a vague sensation of the room. It's not so much sight as it is just feeling the psionic boundaries of the stonework. And it does seem that up above the waterline, probably a good, again, 30 feet or so above the waterline, is a ceiling with a tube sticking down into the ceiling. Actually, let me remember how this all works. Yeah, there is a tube sticking down into this room, and there is actually water pouring out from it and splashing down into the room. The room, however, is not filling up with water.
Right,
the
because we
water
assume
line-
it's draining from the center.
Yes. According to Shliva Otter, there was an opening at the bottom of this chamber where water was flowing down into the other chamber.
Right.
Yeah.
If we do a quick circuit of the room, is there any? Do we notice any other entrances or exits from this one, or is it just the pipe in the top and the presumably holes in the bottom?
Correct. But the pipe in the top does look. It looks like it's about 4 feet wide. 3-4 feet wide. It's enough that a medium creature, if they could get up there, might be able to shimmy and climb their way up if they can fight against the water.
I'll say, how fast is the water coming out?
As fast as gravity allows water to travel.
Fair. If we try to stick to the side and climb up, are we able to, or?
Yeah, Renda can take quite a few different forms. Many of them with climb speed or even suction speed. So yeah, you can stick to the wall and climb up against this current. Do you happen to still have Renda's stats on you? No, it's been a while
Yes.
since we used them. Go ahead and make
do.
me an athletics check. It's not going to be high because you are climbing, but you are fighting against the current of the water. I know Redna doesn't have very high scores.
He's got a 1 in strength.
Yeah. Well. Oh, that was a kill. I thought you just rolled a 24. I'm like, what are you doing, man?
No.
Like, wow, Redna.
Come on, Redna.
That's impressive and impossible.
Swole Redna.
So rolled really
Yeah.
high. Rolled a D30.
Wow, he
No,
actually
he
did roll really well.
well for what he
Good
has.
job, Redna.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna say that's enough. I was actually going to give him a bonus, give them a bonus, make them basically an octopus and put his strength at 4 instead of 1. And with that would be a 12, I believe, a -5 to a -3.
Mm-hmm.
That is enough that you can fight against the flow of this water being, rushing down from the ceiling. Fighting against the waterfall of it, you can climb up this pipe about another 10 feet or so before there is a circular metal cap with some perforations in it where water seems to be flowing down from. It's about, like I said, 3-ish feet in diameter.
Like a drain.
Literally a drain.
I'm guessing I can't detect anything beyond that, or we can't detect anything.
With your sort of blind sight, I believe Redna does have blind sight out to at least 10 feet, augmented
Yes.
by whatever form they take.
15 feet, actually.
15 feet, okay. You can tell that there is water above here, but that water stops about 10, I say 10, about 3 feet or so, above this cap. Otherwise, the mental sonar just goes out into a large open space.
Gotcha.
Ooh.
You can mentally perceive the flowing and splashing of water off at this point to the west.
If we push against the grate, does it have any give to it at all, or?
Make another strength check. This is going to be a lot higher. So D20 -3. And barring some extraordinary feat of strength from Renda probably doesn't have the strength to be able to lift this. It's some
I
metal.
wasn't trying to
Okay.
lift it.
Just
I'm
to
just
see
trying to
there's
see
give.
if
Okay,
if it's attached
sure,
at all.
sure.
So actually, that's a 10.
It's okay with the 10. Renda putting all of their might into it, and there's probably a little bit of a budge.
Okay. So
You don't sense any sort of latch mechanism, but it's too heavy or has too much suction. You're not sure. Renda certainly can't lift it, but it might be movable.
it could possibly just be a heavy grate set into like the
Mhm.
floor or something that could be like a manhole cover,
Yeah,
essentially.
yeah.
Okay. And you said this pipe was 3 to 4 feet across, so
It's about 3 feet
regular-
in diameter. Yeah.
okay. So we could fit up it in
Yeah.
theory.
It'd be a squeeze, and you'd somehow
Get to it.
would need to get from the water line up another 10 feet and then shimmy up into this tube.
That's the Well,
Try to get through the little tunnel.
actually, I think I can possibly deal with that.
Mm.
Next time.
All right. I'm going to, or we're going to drop back down into the room below. And I'm just going to say this all before we get through it. So the plan is drop back down, go through the holes in the bottom that seem to, pop us back through the column in the other room.
Mhm.
Once we kind of get going up into that column, because I assume there's a little bit before we get back to the room.
Yeah.
Figure out if we can swim back down against it. I would like to, if we have the ability to like swim against that current, go up and investigate the other one. If not, just jump out once we get to the hole.
Go and investigate the other one.
The pipe
The
that was
pillar?
on the one that Aquila came up to,
Oh, okay.
but only if we have the ability to like get back down from there once we swim up. If that current feels like it's going to be too strong, then we'll just exit at the hole that we made.
Make another athletics check.
Okay.
Yeah, with Rena already fighting against the current of
Tired.
the waterfall and pushing against the grate, Rena's getting a little tapped.
All right. We'll just swim through then and pop out at the hole
Okay.
that everyone else is at.
Yeah, Andrew, you can easily sort of cut your vision, your connection a little early, get back to your senses, just grab Rena as she gets sucked up into the tube. Yeah.
Good job.
Thanks, that was fun. I didn't get stabbed this time.
Yes.
I like when I don't
forgot
get stabbed.
I forgot how much fun it is kind of riding along with you too. It's interesting to experience different senses.
Yeah, your mind is heavy.
Sorry.
It's okay.
All right. Well, if we go down this pipe through to the other side, there's a grate that I think what I imagine is happening from your description and what I just witnessed is a large fountain of some kind, possibly, that's cycling the water through.
Mhm.
But in the other room beside us, there's another pipe that is bigger, 3 feet-ish,
Hmm.
with what I think is just a grate set on top of it. So if we can get up to that, I think you, kind of point to Aquila, should probably be able to shove it out of the way.
Okay, but we have to be able to get in there first.
How big were the holes on the bottom of the air side? Same size as they were here?
Yeah.
Huh. Weapons, we're not going to be able to swing a pick. Well, we didn't really swing a pickaxe here. We just kind of wedged in, but even that, we're probably going to have a hard time doing on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
Where did that? So, the center pillar that was in the other room.
Yeah.
Or how far did that just go up to the ceiling, but on a different spot than the pipe was?
No, they're about at the same. One on the floor, one on the ceiling. They're about same
Yeah.
spot.
It
in
just
the room.
doesn't go up all the way?
Correct.
Okay. So wait, so in theory we could just swim out the top of it then. Or was there a cap on top of the center pillar?
You mean in the room you're currently in?
No, this one.
I don't think there's. I don't think that one has suction.
Yeah, that's where the cap is.
Oh, okay. I was thinking that was another pillar with the holes at the bottom.
No.
Okay. Where are the holes in this room that I came through to get?
There's a
back
hole
here?
in the bottom of the floor.
Oh, okay. That hole was how big?
That hole is probably about 3 feet wide or so. Yeah.
Okay, so if we come into this pillar here, go down, we should be able to come out into this room.
It would be you might have to try to dig a little bit down here, just to go down and then into the tube that way. Or I suppose you could go down and then try to slide feet first down that tunnel and kind of come up upside down.
The only other option is to try and dig through the wall connecting them, which is going to be a
take
difficult
forever.
feat.
Mm.
Well, anyone else got any ideas on how to get from where we are to the other side other than shimmying through that connector?
Yeah.
Seems like I don't know about the only option, but at the moment, like it.
Say because I don't think Shaliva has polymorph enough for everybody.
Not enough for everybody now.
That's what I thought.
I think she has one use left, and that would be upcasting as a 5th level spell.
Ah. I didn't realize it was that high level.
Yeah, polymorph's a 4th level spell.
I did not know.
So I vote we try and dig this out a little bit and crawl through.
All right.
Seems like it.
Okay. Talia, are you spearheading the digging as usual?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any way to augment that, or you just hi ho, hi ho?
It's off to work she goes.
Let's see here. Well, no. I mean, I have guidance. More of a, I guess, time is more of an object than anything else.
Do you have any
Oh.
other? Do you only have the one pick, or do you have other tools on you? Oh, actually, no. You know what? I have a shovel.
Don't you have a
so I can
didn't you
help.
have a shovel? Yeah.
I do still have it on me.
A shovel only does so much against stone brick.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can wedge especially if we're not using a pick as a pick. If I can wedge
It
a
is
shovel
good
in.
for wedging in
Yeah,
though.
you
for it.
could wedge in between the bricks and kind of try to just lever them off. Yeah, that could work.
And that's what we're doing with the pick anyway.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. Okay. You can either both attempt this separately, or one of you can take an athletics check with advantage.
I'm going to give you the advantage on this, Tally, because I feel like my luck is going to
Okay.
start running out on these rolls.
Mm.
I've been rolling real well
Yeah.
today, and I'm pushing
You
it.
have. But then
You
we
said
look at that
athletics,
2
right?
you rolled last.
Mhm.
Like I said, I'm pushing it.
Fair.
Athletics, right?
Yeah.
Oh no!
It's gonna take some
God.
time, but
I
really
was saying
time
better.
time is not a factor here.
I would say eventually I could take
And-
over because it's
And actually,
We can take turns.
yeah.
And a kill with a shovel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's okay because Aquila is bigger and she is pretty much stuck to the floor anyway.
And if you're in your transformed or no?
It would wear off
hmm
after
Yeah.
a certain point.
Yeah. Throughout this process, it would wear off. You do manage to pry enough bricks out from beneath this pillar to not only widen the hole, but also deepen the hole. And at this point, it is large enough for everyone to not comfortably fit through, but squeeze through. And you can
Alright.
do so.
Well, let's do it then.
Okay. It's a claustrophobic experience, spelunking down through here, especially underwater, though at this point you're becoming used to,
Oddly comfortable.
yeah, being just living underwater at this point. And you do emerge into the other room,
He's not at all bitter about the
one by one.
breathing water.
This room especially would have been very difficult for you guys to manage. Well, there was a gap with air at the top, so you wouldn't have drowned, but it would have made getting out of here a lot more difficult if you couldn't breathe water.
Yeah.
So there's at least that. So all of you, including Krushka, with again a lot of fighting, managed to get to this other room over here, other smaller room. Now the issue is getting from the water line up another 10 feet or so to the tube leading up to the grate.
So, strongest two people, Aquila and Tali.
Yeah.
Yes. Need a boost?
Put my
I can
hands
boost.
on both your shoulders.
The water is 20
Yes.
feet deep.
Well,
Yes.
Okay.
Cast fly.
ah,
All right.
From-
Okay.
Oh.
Sure.
So they can
fair
climb
enough.
the edge of the water and grab someone. And... So,
Okay.
yeah, put my hands on both your shoulders and from my back and then kind of probably along my arms, like little oily tendrils snake out to each of you. Crawl over to like the middle between your shoulder blades and just
Yeah.
Ooh.
Just
Big
not looking
ol'
at it.
oily wings. Starry
looking at
oily
it.
wings.
Mhm.
Not just oil. Full stars in them too. Because
Yeah.
I like that
Yeah.
effect.
Feels kind of weird, but I mean, thank you.
It is a bit weird, but it's very useful.
It's cold and clammy. You can just barely, you're not even sure you hear it. Just whispers of nonsensical sounds
I don't
being
know what y'all are
projected
talking
into
about.
your mind.
I'm already freaking out. I need whispers. in my
Yeah,
ear.
yeah.
Oh, it's like
I
great.
don't know
This is so
what y'all are
helpful.
talking about. It's cool and refreshing. Not cold and clammy.
It's kind of
So the three of you now
Unpleasant.
have a fly speed.
cool.
Cool. What's my fly
So-
speed?
60 feet.
Okay, I'm gonna fly up and
Ooh.
try to get that open.
And
Okay. Yeah, I mean, a fly speed basically negates all of that. So yeah, no reason to draw this out. With a fly speed, you can fly, even pushing yourself against the walls of this this narrow opening. Push yourself up to the grate. And Aquila, with your strength score, I'm not even going to make you roll. You just put your hand up, fly a little bit, and toss the grate up.
Well,
yeah, the wings are for show and effect.
Yeah.
I grab let's see. I will grab Sevgi. And Aquila can get both Krishka and Shliba since they're attached and heavier. And Aquila, I guess, technically would be stronger. Even though we
Yeah.
have the
use a
same strength,
rope.
could use a rope, yeah, but I mean, flying somebody up would be faster.
You still have to be able to carry them.
That's the
Okay.
thing. That's extra weight. I probably could, yes.
Yeah. So, Aquila, you push this
Okay.
grate out of the way. Would you like to climb out?
Yes.
Okay. You can climb out of this grate, and you emerge into a very nice, very opulent fountain chamber. You can see you are at the bottom of a 3-tiered sort of infinity pool
And
Ooh.
made of water, mosaics down along the side or along the floor of these pools, and behind you and off to your right is an opulent fountain that looks like a coiled hippogriff, ornamented with swirling gold leaves of let me just read you the description here of this
ahead.
room. This once opulent chamber, now dulled by millennia, boasts intricate marble floors, decorated stone pillars along the walls of this room, and the wilted and desiccated remains of once lush plants within large, ornate stone planters emerging from the fountain pools.
I'm about freaked out at wilted and desiccated remains.
I mean, it's been 2,000 years.
Well, no, but I wasn't sure what was coming after that. I was worried it was
You
going to
were
be
worried it was
plants.
going to be people.
The fountain, which sits at the southern edge of the room, now flows once more down into this three-tiered pool. The fountain itself takes the form of a coiling hippogriff surrounded by gold sun-silk kelp ornaments and blue steel palm fronds. Much of the paint in the room, mostly vibrant reds and yellows, still remains in this sealed environment, and retains accents and remains accented with once polished gold and blue steel. In the far corner of this chamber, on the opposite side of two large ornate stone doors, so the opposite side of this chamber, lies slumped in the corner a mess of black and gray robes. This chamber is probably about 50-ish feet, 50, 60 feet long and about 40-ish feet wide.
Mm-hmm.
A high domed ceiling painted with various images, historical images.
Ooh, historical.
Are we all up there at this point, or is it just
Aquila
Aquila?
right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll bring a rope up to where Aquila is.
Yeah, Tali, you can easily just fly up after her. And her too, presumably.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you get there, she's just looking around at what she can see.
I'm gonna find something to tie the rope off to and let it dangle down.
Okay.
it off to
Shliva's still
Aquila.
an otter. Does anyone grab Shliva?
Oh, I mean,
Oh, that's
then who
right.
would have Krish? Oh,
I mean,
wait.
Shliva could technically climb the rope
Krishka's
as
still
an
on my
otter.
back?
Yeah, Krushka is
Good.
actually still kind of attached to you. But the two of you aren't going to fit through the tube leading up with her attached to you. So that could also be a problem. And Shliva's
I
still
imagine
an
she
otter.
would have.
Yeah.
I imagine Krushka would have let go at the.
Yeah, yeah, Krushka is not having a good day. Krushka's freaking out. These oily black wings sprouted from Tali's back, so Krushka leapt off, but now she's drowning. Not really, because she can breathe underwater. Drowning in this pool. Shliva, actually, that would be enough that Shliva
An
pops
otter.
out of otter form and grabs
Yeah.
onto Krushka,
Hello, Krishka.
wasting the remaining
Terrorizing.
3 hours of polymorph, as useful as an otter would be throughout the rest of this dungeon.
Would be super cute though.
Yeah.
So all that shenanigans
go.
aside, yes, Tali, you can fly up and into the room as described before.
I will do the same,
Sure.
and then we'll drop a rope down for the rest of them to climb up.
Easy enough.
Yeah.
Do those robes look familiar?
They do.
Have
That's
we
what I-
seen? Yeah.
What?
They're cult
Alright.
of worm robes, are they not?
I mean, or they could be robes associated with the Order of Tambrea. They also wear
Yeah.
black and gray.
This thing, there's a couple of organizations. Well, I want to go over to those robes and investigate them.
Okay.
Are we waiting for everyone to get up before you go do that, or no?
Sure, we'll wait for everyone to get up.
Okay. It takes longest to get Krushka up, because Krushka can't really climb a rope.
I'm saying we
I
could tie
assumed he
the
was
rope
latched
around
Tie the
on
rope
to
to
sleep
her
a while.
Yeah. Yeah, so again, it can't really fit 2 by 2 up this pillar, so
Oh, right.
So Shliva's kind of,
You could
or Krushka's kind of grabbed onto to Shliva's legs, and it's just kind of
take a lead,
But
I thought we were
eventually,
just gonna tie the rope to Krushka and pull her up
just
that way.
hoist
But
her up.
Either way.
Either
that
way,
better. Yeah, I like the leg thing better.
everyone can
Yeah.
get up into this fountain chamber. So, under this pile of fabrics, in the corner of this room,
Mhm.
Aquila, is a completely desiccated corpse. It is, however, wearing a very familiar emblem of the Cult of Worms.
Mhm.
A
Oh, no, I
very
expected it to be them.
basic clay circle emblem with what looks like the ornamentation of finger bones, hand bones, or actually real hand bones, and the representation of a embossed baby fetus. They're not good guys.
No.
This corpse,
man.
however, is completely desiccated.
I'm gonna say, but the robes and the accoutrement, those don't look particularly old, do they?
No.
Okay, didn't think so.
You can make me an investigation check. Okay. It takes
Theoretically, it's something I'm good at.
it takes some pulling at these robes, but you realize that not only is this corpse quite well desiccated, but it's not evenly desiccated. You do find, after lifting up some of the robes, that there is a blackened section on his abdomen over this way that looks like it's heavily desiccated, completely not rotted out, but dried out and flaked to the point that there's no skin. The bone is brittle and flakes and falls apart as soon as you touch it, but
Yeah.
it emanates outwards. And by the time you get to this shoulder and the arm below, it is just to the point where it looks like it's a body that may have been lying out in the sun for a couple weeks.
We touched it.
Would I have any idea of what this is?
Roll an intelligence check with advantage
Okay.
because of your blood hunter clearance knowledge.
12 again.
A 12. You know, especially from the mythology of Sann'Kett, once you got there, that there are various types of undead that can not only draw the life force out of a creature, but also just completely desiccate a creature,
Yeah.
drawing all of the moisture and maybe even time from a living being. There are
Yeah, those are
also
just-
other creatures that can not undead creatures that can desiccate and or rust or decay. But you're most familiar with undead. The local mythology is that of the Ashen Husk, people who died of dehydration out in the desert, being reanimated as desiccating spirits of dehydration itself.
Okay.
Yeah, whenever Aquila's done investigating, I want to
Yes.
do something. Okay.
Anything more immediately from Aquila, or should we switch over to Ander?
Go ahead and switch over to Ander because it's more or less just confirming something that Taylor thought already.
Okay.
So yeah, whenever Aquila finishes rooting around, doing whatever she's doing, Anders going to pointedly walk over to the corpse, and especially once sees the amulet, because you said it was kind of slumped against the wall, right?
Yeah.
Put a foot out on the shoulder, kind of kick it over so that it's, laying sideways.
The shoulder crumbles along with half of its rib cage, but it does slump down onto the ground, causing half of the skull to likewise crack and indent.
Well, that did half the job I was going to do. Very pointedly crunch the amulet under my foot.
Okay. The amulet is probably way stronger than the bone at this point,
Oh,
actually.
damn.
And you will, stomping down on the chest of this desiccated corpse, you easily break through what remains of the chest, the rib cage, any dried out organs underneath the spine before you hit amulet on stone, and you can grind a bit, but it is, baked
Not my
clay.
foot, actually.
Okay.
Not my foot. Because even better, take my staff of the staff of Zadok and
kind of bash at it a bit.
I was hoping for one
Like a
good strike in the
splinter.
center would kind of
Make a
Attack roll. Roll for initiative against this amulet.
make an attack roll.
okay.
What is it? Strength or
It's
dex?
trying to just be dramatic.
It
But
would be strength based, yeah.
Yeah.
Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Wrong place to click. Nope, that's still cool. You
He did
don't
it again.
recognize that as an actual weapon.
Hmm.
Do I still have quarterstaff on here?
I'm gonna say
Somewhere.
you know what, forget it. For
Nope.
just for a cool moment, you do with your own zealous rage against this cult, slam down with one good thrust of your eldritchly infused whitewood staff, and it does split into 3 sections as it cracks and splits apart.
I also
Again,
like the
not
image of
before
Zadok.
destroying the chest of this creature.
Yeah, well, I was gonna stomp on its head after I finished
Yeah.
with that, so fine.
Sure. Okay.
But yeah, I like the image of using the staff of Zadok to destroy a religious artifact.
Sure. Yeah.
And then yeah, just kind of walks away from it.
Yes.
And
False gods, destroy their idols, reveal them, expose them. As Andrew is just nonchalantly downing a water skin.
pretty much.
Why would you need to drink water? We've
On
been
this one-
submerged in it.
That's true.
Water
On this
tastes
one,
good.
we are definitely of the same. Andrew's got a problem with the cult of worms at this point.
Hmm.
No shit.
Okay. So you then curb stomp this desiccated
Yeah, just for
corpse?
added
Okay.
effect.
Sure, cool. There was certainly no information you could gain from talking to this undead creature. Smash!
Yeah.
Destroy the skull.
Oh, I'm sure there was.
I like
Like I
it.
said,
Yep.
Andrew's got a problem with the cult of
Yep,
worms now.
I was thinking that because I have the spell prepared, but
Yeah.
I'm like, well, Andrew already smashed it. It's
Bad
fine.
bad
It's
narrative actions trump good mechanical actions. Okay.
Isn't it the other way around? Or no? Well, no. Never mind. I see what you're saying. I think it's good narrative trumps good mechanical, but
Right. Good narrative with negative mechanical consequences.
yes,
Yes.
yes, fair.
Okay.
We could have used that.
Sorry,
Yeah, we could have, but
a little.
what's done is done.
I'll
No,
try to
I
be
think
more
you're right.
cool-headed in
Dead
the
things should
future.
be destroyed. Or undead things? I guess dead things are fine. It's the undead part that is bad.
Not
That's
Everything
true.
dealing
dead
with
at
this
point.
damned cult needs to be destroyed.
Yeah, Redness got a point.
Actually, that was Shliva, but my Shliva voice
Yeah, I was gonna
and
say,
Redness
I
voice are
think that was
actually-
Shliva.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Yeah, that was definitely
Shliva.
Shliva.
My
Yeah.
bad. Shleeve's got a point.
Well, here's the thing.
So,
What killed it?
actually, I think. Well, no, that spell won't work.
He didn't kill himself.
Mm,
We've seen them
Are
sacrifice
there
themselves
any-
before.
Are there any like hallways or like door openings or anything like that in this room?
Yes, off to
Just the way you
the
described it.
yeah, off to one side of the wall. Off to the east southeast is two large ornate stone doors.
Two is in two separated or like a bit double door kind
Double
of thing?
doors. Yeah, sorry, double
Okay,
doors.
okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Before we go that way, I'm gonna go investigate the fountain.
Okay.
That we came out of.
No, we came out of the grate in
The
the
fountain
middle of the
itself,
fountain.
pool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
I mean,
fountain,
sorry. The
the fountain
big-
is once again a marble representation of a coiling hippogriff, painted sort of sea foamish, undersea greenish color. Golden leaves of sun kelp spiral in accent around the hippogriff, and from the back of this fountain sprouts blue steel palm fronds. Water spurting from the hippogriff's mouth down into the highest of these pools, which then trickles down into the medium pool and then down into the lower pool.
Would I know any symbolism that the hippogriff had that would sort of
Fair
give it
question.
the importance that it seems to have?
Make
Make a memory check.
make a memory check.
What's that?
Which I will
Yeah,
say
roll
is
memory.
roll memory. D&D doesn't really have a dedicated memory check.
No.
I will say give me a wisdom check.
Okay.
This is not only recalling information but also understanding it.
Mm-hmm.
A 12?
I am stuck on 12.
Yeah.
Pick your number. Okay.
It takes
Not a great number.
some time to think back, especially back to Sahemi's memories, and especially back then, the hippogriff was a symbol of Sann'Kett, with it being a river-based and semi-coastal nation. The hippogriff being, for anyone who may not be familiar, is sort of half sea serpent, half horse. It does have
Pretty sure it was half horse, half eagle.
no. That there are two different hippogriffs, and actually the one I'm thinking is actually, I believe, in the Greek a hippocamp.
Oh, the
Something like that.
hippocampus.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what I was thinking of.
That makes more sense.
I believe they've been referred to as both before, but
Hippocampus.
hippocampus is
Mhm.
yeah. My bad. A hippocampus. Half
That's
sea
fine. I was
serpent.
just wondering why you
half,
kept saying a coiled, because
yeah.
like I don't recall. Okay.
Hippocampus. A sort of underwater
Mhm.
horse with the back end of a sort of mermaid.
Yeah.
Fins instead of hooves. Sort of dorsal fin instead of a mane.
Yeah.
A
It's
seahorse.
mer horse.
Yeah, it's a seahorse. But it was a sort of mythological creature of Sann'Kett, sort of bridging bridging the two sides of this maritime nation with its access to the sea and its access to the river and its floodplains. As a guardian of the river, I was going to say a different name, but Dimaliba could have, if not certainly, had some sort of representation or tie to that ideology, mythology, but you can't really pinpoint a specific correlation.
Yeah, that's fine.
But thinking back then, especially to the prominent years of Sahemi when she was in deep into the cult of Dimaliba, you do remember seeing fountains with similar motif in the higher end fancy estates and whatnot, palaces and villas and whatnot,
Right.
temples.
Right. Okay.
Um. So, well, I'll just roll it and see. So, if I actually like investigate in depth the fountain and kind of surrounding area, do I get anything more about it, or is it just a pretty fountain?
It looks like a decorative piece. You don't see any moving parts. You can even throw detect magic up. It doesn't.
Yeah, that
It
was
doesn't.
next.
It doesn't have any arcane components to it. No, it just looks like an ornamental piece.
All right. I figured maybe if you didn't ask for one, but also figured maybe you were waiting for me to say I actually got that in depth, so figured I'd be safe.
I try not to ask for checks.
I know, which is why I figured I'd be
Yeah.
safe.
I know some people like when the DM asks for checks. Some people don't like when the DM asks for checks. I think if I recall correctly, Christian doesn't like asking for checks, but I like players to ask for checks, and
Yeah, y'all are
that
on
causes a
opposite
problem.
That's the
Like I
way
said,
it
I
is,
figured
so-
I'd be safe and roll to
'Cause-
see if there was anything
yeah.
more.
If
But,
you guys
alright.
have the idea to do something, I need you to tell me that you had that idea, or at least narratively. If not,
Yeah.
I would like a check. At least be like, I would like to go up and play with this and investigate. I just need that. I would like to investigate keyword, and then be like, okay, give me an investigation check.
Well, and I did say I wanted to investigate the fountain, but I wasn't sure if it was just like you weren't bothering to ask because there was nothing there.
Yeah, there was a little bit of that in this case.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah.
Alrighty. And yeah, I was going to detect magic next, so I guess nothing in the room.
No.
Cool.
It's
Not
a
even
very
the doors?
it's a very opulent room. No longer quite as vibrant and polished, but it seems untouched through the millennia, aside from the dead guy in the corner. But it looks like a safe chamber.
How long have we been going for?
Since you dropped down from the altar at the beginning of the last episode, it's probably only been about 4 or 5 hours or so. You're probably just past noon, though it's hard to tell since you spent most of that time underground and underwater.
Yeah. Okay.
Your body is aching a bit from moving through the water for that long, strained by constant investigation and the muddling and prodding at your mind while you were underneath it. But you're not necessarily exhausted to the point where you think it's the end of the day and you should sleep.
Okay. Well, so 2 further questions. A, does Tali, well, I guess ask Tali, how are you feeling now that we're above water?
It is
What is Tali
starting to recede. You're out of the water, and that, in the very least, is comforting. You still feel like you don't belong here, but at least you're out of that terrifying, deadly water.
Does Krushka seem to be calming down a little bit too?
Same thing, yeah.
Okay.
I feel slightly better. I still don't like being in here, but it's better than before.
And Sevgi's still not dead. I'm sorry, but it was just the 2 nat ones in a
That was
row for
great.
that.
Andrew rolls his eyes so hard he actually.
I think we got 2 followers just from that scene. Thanks, guys.
Oh, it was hilarious.
Ow, my brain.
See the water.
I know no one is
think so, too.
injured, and we haven't done anything. I
I
am down 1 spell.
I'm kind of hurt. Shleva says.
Oh. Did she not? Oh, just from Krushka repeatedly clawing at her?
No, she got walloped by the spinning.
Yeah, she took a
Don't
hit
think.
Oh,
from
right.
the...
Right.
That's right.
How is
Oh.
she looking? Is she's not like
No,
bloody,
she looks
quote, unquote, is
more or less fine. She's got a big bruise on her back, and likewise, Krushka is kind of limping on one of her legs, but
Well,
Yeah.
and actually, Taylor, you did, or Akila spent her transformation.
I
So
have
actually,
2 transformations.
well,
I need you guys to
either
remember that. I have
way,
2.
either way, do we want to take a quick short rest? Not quick, but I guess we're up to an hour now.
it would be an hour.
But because I am down a spell slot from Fly, in case we run into anything big and scary.
If you think we need it, if you guys need it.
Yeah, I could go on, but if we do stop, I could turn into more animals. Or other people. No, not other people. Just me. I mean, I don't need
Alright.
to. It's up to you. I still don't know what's good. Why are we here?
I would vote for a short rest then.
I'm fine with it.
Okay.
With taking the short rest.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just we're in a safe, as Jack said, it seems to be a safe room, and
Still gonna keep an ear out for anything that sounds.
fair.
Okay.
Oh.
Are you doing that in any particular pointed way, or are you just hanging by the fountain, just keeping an ear out?
Well, I'm probably not hanging by the fountain since it makes a lot of noise.
Sure.
But yeah,
Let
I'm
me
not.
also clarify that this fountain, the fountain itself, and the 3 infinity pools takes up about half of this chamber.
Hmm. I mean,
I'm just asking for you to clarify what you're getting at.
just sort of keeping watch, basically.
Okay. I mean, if something enters the chamber, you're going to see it, regardless.
Yeah, but here's the thing: there's a dead body here. What happened to the thing that killed it?
Sure. So let's go ahead and take that long rest. Let me put it to you guys here, since we're about half an hour out from close. Definitely feel free to do any roleplay or discussion, but I think going any further into the dungeon, we'd have to. I don't think we'd get a meaningful way into the next room in the next half hour. So either we run over, or we do some roleplay and maybe stop early.
I'd say the second one since we ran
Role
over.
play, so we don't.
Yeah, we were over a good hour and a half last week. So.
Yeah.
Plus that way we don't get too far without Christian being here.
Yeah.
Although
Yeah.
next week we'll have other people.
But we
I don't know.
still have half an hour, so you guys have an hour in game of long rest. If there is anything you want to cover.
So, any idea what might have? You think something killed him?
Oh yes.
Any idea what?
You drink the water.
No. No, I think something touched it.
Care to elaborate
Well,
on that?
from the way the desiccation was, it was more intense in one spot and less intense on the other side of the body. That to me suggests a sort of touch that absorbed the water and various other things within them.
Something that does that?
You kind of broke up there, Ander.
Oh,
Steven.
do you know of anything specific that does that?
Do I know of anything specific that does that?
Yes, I believe Ander was asking Akila a question.
I was asking Jack.
You already rolled for that and gave you information.
That's what I thought you were going to say. Just want to make sure. I can't specifically think of names, but yes, there are creatures that can do something like that. Yes.
I don't suppose they all share a wonderful common weakness we could exploit.
Not to my knowledge.
Yes.
What did you roll for
Well.
that? A 12?
12.
Well, it's been demonstrated by Ander himself that heavily desiccated things are easy to bludgeon. That could be something, maybe.
Actually, so quick question, because I think I got hit with this once. Did it look like mummy rot?
Yeah.
Because back in the swamp,
Yeah.
I think I got touched by one of those things, and I believe it was mummy rot.
What? I know
Think-
you and I both got
two-
life drain.
Yeah, from the shadow people.
No, there was when we actually fought the hag in front of her.
No.
From the hag?
Not from the
They
hag.
probably got swamp rot.
Yeah, we both
Yeah,
got
you
swamp
guys
rat.
got swamp rot. I don't think you guys have ever. I know you guys have never faced a mummy, and I don't think I ever.
Did we not?
I don't think I ever
thought there
kit
were
bashed
two.
a mummy
Remember-
rot onto anything but the votive flood.
Oh, I
No.
thought there were. I thought during that fight with the hag at her hut, when we all got, like, the time we thought we were TPK'd, I thought two of the
Mhm.
things there were mummies.
I don't.
Oh yeah, we were fighting an
Maybe.
undead thing.
You were fighting undead. I'd have to go back and check. Unfortunately, that was before we were using Roll20, so I don't have that
Dream.
on
Yeah,
here.
that was quite a while
Yeah.
ago.
Yeah, that was way back. That was when Sevgi first joined us.
Yes, because
Yeah.
that's the swamp we
That
found
is.
her in.
Yeah, that's the swamp we
Mm.
found Sophie in. Sophie's from the swamp. That
Yeah.
particular swamp.
I'm Swamp Lady.
She is. I mean, we know she's
Lady.
not from that swamp. That's just where we found her.
I can pull out my handy dandy in-person index cards of all my monsters.
I'm just curious if Andrew would remember, because like I said, I'm pretty sure I got hit with something from one of what I thought were mummies at the time.
Man, we had some great encounters. No, you guys have fought mummies. There were mummies in that, yeah.
Ah.
That wasn't specifically mummy rot. That was a rotting effect, though.
Does it
that's-
bear any?
That specifically did necrotic damage. That did put a curse on the target. But it didn't dehydrate and desiccate like this.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it doesn't look the same.
No, it does not look the same. No.
Because I remember my leg getting fucked up by one of those
Oh
things.
yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah, like it. I had a chunk in my leg essentially.
I remember. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I believe that was more of a sort of necrosis effect than
Okay.
it was necessarily
Yeah.
a desiccant effect.
All right.
But good thinking.
I was say, but I'm pretty sure most of us are thinking mummy rot.
See, Jack, I pay attention.
Yeah. I like it. I like it. Dig deep on that that knowledge there.
Yeah.
Inspiration. Rest of the day.
Yeah, you know what? Take a D6 inspiration dice for the next half hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh. I wonder what the. So do you think he fled to this room to try and escape and died here? I don't. Kind of looking around. Don't really see anything that would have housed a undead of any type.
I know, but I wouldn't put it past that.
There's no like bar bolt on the door or anything, right? No
Nope.
way to actually lock it. Yeah.
Not from out here anyway.
I mean, would you like to
Try to
try to
leave.
open the door?
No.
No.
Okay.
Not
Not
yet.
yet.
You can knock on the door.
No.
No.
Hello!
No.
There anybody else in this
Ollie back
dungeon?
down.
I know. It's like the
Hallelujah.
moment she starts doing that, we're tackling her to the floor.
Yeah. Tali gets up. I'm gonna knock. No.
Like I said, at which point Andrew and Akila just tackle her to the floor. It's like, no, not again.
Sefki and Shliva just looking at us like we're
No,
insane.
Sevgi was there for that.
Oh, was it? Oh,
She
oh,
was.
yeah, that's right. That was.
I
Yeah.
was with Yarrow
Yeah.
and
Shliva
Fourth
looking
place,
at
I
us
can't
as we
remember what
insane. As we're insane.
I mean, she probably does that a lot anyway.
Yeah.
Akila, roll me an intelligence check with advantage.
Okay. Be better this time.
A 13?
Technically better.
It is technically better. It is one
Yeah.
better.
Akila's a Shemot girl.
Yes, so, the mummies of,
Mhm.
of race are different than the mummies of Sann'Kett.
Mhm.
And given what you know about the practice, both mundane and arcane, and the mythology of Sann'Kett, definitely more so than race,
Mhm.
you are more familiar with mummies, and there are various types of mummies and mummy-like
Yeah.
undead. That mummies or the like could produce this sort of desiccating effect. It's actually unusual that the ones in race, a much more wet, swampy area, did not have a
Mhm.
desiccating effect. But that probably makes sense because they were in a more wet,
Wet.
swampy, decaying area that had a more wet,
Yeah.
swampy, decaying, necrotic effect associated with them.
Moist
Right.
mummies.
Moist mummies.
Pretty much. They were like bog bodies.
Yeah. But with Andrew bringing up, hey, have we fought mummies before? Is this something that happens that kind of jogs your memory? Yeah. This could have something to do with mummy or mummy-like entities.
Yeah. Which was more or less what I was thinking,
Mhm.
but
There are other creatures that may
Mhm.
or may not have been created by mummy or mummy-like creatures. But yeah.
Mhm. Well, mummy sort of things.
Well, lovely. I suppose we can just grab the bandages and pull really hard.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Considering mummies are layers and layers and layers of bandages. At least good ones.
Just Scooby-Doo it.
I mean, also there's still tissue under there. It's just
Yeah.
all leather.
It was really more of a joke, but yes.
Fair. But
Well,
yeah.
maybe we'll get lucky and whatever the hell did it has moved on. Yes, I don't really expect that either.
Well,
Considering we just managed to not drown while being stuck in a underground aquifer, whatever the hell it is. I'm
I was
feeling
surprised
optimistic.
by all of the water there.
It's a very elaborate fountain.
Yeah. I was just surprised by the amount of water present.
And the columns under the fountain.
Well, yes, but
Kinda
it has to
weird that
come.
they put those there.
Mm.
Well, either way, I suppose I should thank you actually for the recommendation of sending Redna through. While you should not remotely get used to that, I forgot how much fun it can kind of be
Yeah, I went on an
feeling
adventure.
shapeshift. And I got to shapeshift again, kind of.
Vicariously through Edna.
Either way, well, in that state, there's very little separation between Redna and I. So,
Yeah. I
for
think I
all,
do understand what that feels like.
We share the brain.
and it's been a while, and yes, I forgot how interesting it can be to. It. I definitely understand why he gets upset when he can't change into forms. I believe he's referred to it as. Well, I forget what the word Jack used for that was. It's a very freeing feeling to. And I'm glad you enjoyed your adventure, Redna.
Yeah, I don't know how you guys stay solid so long.
It's a chore.
Can't really.
Force of habit.
Mm.
Yeah, I suppose his transformation is not particularly painful.
No, it's not even particularly a conscious thing. It just is like reaching out your arm.
I suppose that is nice.
Most
Redna turns
conscious thing is
into
wrong.
Redna turns into basically an arm with eyeballs at the end of the fingertips.
That's a new one.
Fingers don't usually
Argos.
have eyes. And
I'm
I'll
learning.
show Redna my hand too.
I mean, it could be helpful if they had eyes.
Yeah,
When you try to grab something, your eyes poked all the
Well, you
time.
just
but it
move
could
the
be a good
eyes,
means of spying.
and the eyes sort of float down
Knuckle
into
eyes.
the center of the palm.
Ooh, nice.
And we don't have
It
the
kind of
ability to move
crawls
our
on.
eyes like that.
Redna kind of crawls on the floor, sort of it style, or is it it or thing? Thing style,
Thing.
yeah, thing
Thing.
style.
It's the furball.
Yeah,
Yeah, cousin it and
right.
thing.
Yeah,
Kind of let Redna go up one arm and down the other one.
By the way, Ander, I think I kicked you earlier, so I feel like I owe you an apology for that.
It's fine. You were a little out of sorts, so
I
yeah. At this
together,
point,
but-
Tali, you're pretty much you're calm. You don't even remember what the big deal is. What the big deal about that water was. It was completely
Yeah,
irrational
usually,
fear.
I usually try to keep it together in situations like that, but I don't know what happened.
facing off against obviously very powerful and malevolent forces, so understandable. We're good.
Not
I'm just
surprising you would be on edge after facing down 3 giant golems.
glad we were able to bring you
Yeah.
back, though.
Yeah.
Glad the whole altar idea worked to some degree.
'Cause I wasn't sure what else we could have done besides, smash it. Didn't really have any other ideas.
Oh, I meant the
You
image
meant
of
the
your
one that
altar.
he showed you.
Oh, that. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for that.
You don't know what I showed
Helped
her.
a lot.
You're right, I don't. Or
That-
Akila doesn't, I do.
That response is actually quite accurate
Sorry.
because again, that whole thing is just kind of a blur. You're like,
Yeah,
oh yeah,
fair.
altar.
Also,
No, you
I
did.
call
Yeah.
call mine a shrine, not an
Mhm.
altar most of the time. The shrine has an
Sorry.
altar,
Mhm.
but the shrine itself is a shrine.
Sorry,
But
you're
yeah,
right. And I think that
I
is the term I
appreciate
It's
used once the
actually
first
a
time.
shrine.
Mhm.
I appreciate you helping me with that.
And also, Shliva, what exactly were you going to do to bring back Sevgi? Bring back?
Oh yeah, before she resurrected herself, I can do that too. It takes a lot more time and effort and really expensive oils. I need to learn how to bring myself back from the dead spontaneously. That's quite a trick.
That's handy
Man,
to do.
I'm
How
the one
did
that touched
how
her,
did
and then
you?
she came back.
No one's giving you credit
must
for
have
that.
Oh.
Probably just a coincidence,
Oh, so you brought? How
Yeah,
did you bring her back?
Because
He
she wasn't
didn't.
dead.
Are you sure? I'm
Yes.
pretty sure she was dead.
Well, either she wasn't dead, or I have holy powers.
I mean, you have a
She
lot of
wasn't
weird
dead.
Yeah,
powers.
Andrew doesn't
She
have
wasn't
holy
dead.
powers. That's right.
Does anything about
definitely
them
not dead.
strike you as either holy or divine?
Well, I mean, Sevgi maybe
No.
might have some cleric in her.
Guys, I didn't die.
Andrew just throws his hands up and walks to the other side of the room.
I'm sorry, it's
That
just the
you're
way
aware
you
of.
said that just really
I mean,
got
it-
me.
Walks
You
over to
did
the other side of
die.
the room
Wouldn't you be
and just
aware of it?
puts his head against the wall.
I'm sorry. I said it's just the way you said it. Guys, I didn't die. It's great.
It's like, come on now.
Dunk.
Don't knock on the door.
Not knocking on the door.
Even with your head, don't do it.
Once again, it wasn't. He went over to the other wall. It was just like punk.
Oh.
But either way, Sevgi, I'm glad you're back.
I'm glad you didn't die.
Andrew just muttering to himself, "Gonna murder all of them."
That's rude. Oh, God. Oh.
Well, I really want to end this on us just kicking the door open.
No.
I mean, we can end with you guys, seeing what the next room is. Certainly, I'm just letting you know we don't have time to really
Yeah.
explore it.
Yeah,
Right.
No. Hang we
Well.
open the door. And
Okay, have people
Scene.
done? Do people need more healing time?
We'll say an hour has passed, so you guys can roll.
Yeah.
No,
your
I'm
hit
meant to,
dice
were
and-
people actually wanting to roll for heals?
Possibly
Shliva.
Shliva.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Shliva needs to roll some hit dice. Actually,
I just wanted to get my spell back.
I was asking that before we went forward.
she didn't need
Yeah.
to roll any earlier. Not enough that it was a big deal, so she didn't.
Oh,
Ah.
yeah.
For
15.
Combined.
4,
Yeah,
it's gonna roll another
Totally went ahead and
one.
rolled her hit die.
that's
That's
fair.
2 spent 8.
She gets half her hit dice back, so
Let's go again.
Mark on my sheet where how much hit die I have left.
I do half rounded up, so that would be 5. That was for third,
Yep.
so let's spend another one.
So, I just thought of the corniest thing that doesn't really work in this world because shotguns aren't a thing, but Andrew just like going,
Alright.
yeah, the or like the double barrel shotguns reloaded with his 2 spell slots. Yeah, that was the joke. I have 2 spell slots, the double barrel
That's right.
shotgun.
I just love the idea. It's like, and other people just looking at him like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
If only I had prestidigitation and could actually make a cocking noise when I did that.
Which again would just get weird looks, and it's like,
Some things the doc showed me. Don't worry about it.
well, that makes me worry more.
It's entirely possible he's seen some alternate reality where double barrel shotguns exist.
I mean, we have
Yeah.
pistols now, so it's not
Andrew's
a
seen
different
some
world. It's just
weird
the
shit.
future.
Well, true. There are handguns.
Yeah, you just saw a
Well,
little bit further into
It's
the future.
entirely possible I've seen the. Yeah, I was gonna say it's entirely possible Andrew has at some point glimpsed the future. I don't know. I've seen some shit. It could be the past, the future, or alternate dimensions
Yeah,
in the
you don't know.
present.
Hell,
Yeah,
we saw a
no
We all
submarine
the
base.
above.
Oh
Probably
well,
all
no,
of the
no.
above, you know.
In the
I know.
various weird ass visions y'all haven't gotten to see.
Yeah.
Who knows what I?
Probably for the best that we haven't.
Okay,
Andrew's
Shliva
been
and
on some
Krushka are
weird
back up to full
trips.
health.
Oh, good.
Yay.
And I don't see any reason why Christian wouldn't want to do that, but I have it written down in case Christian is like, no man, I don't want to spend all those hit dice.
I'd rather be near death.
Yeah.
To make Jack feel bad when he has to kill me.
Shliva also gets her wild shape back, but I don't think she gets any spells.
Ooh.
So
Oh.
everyone mark
Yeah,
back
probably
your the health you got, mark down your hit dice, and regain any abilities that come back on a short rest.
Good to go.
and we
All
can
right,
poke
okay.
ahead forward.
Kick open the door.
Cool.
Kick that door
We're
down.
gonna- should open it a
Okay, you
crack.
say it
Not
one more time, and I'm
actually.
actually going to have you kick the door in.
We have to listen at the door, see if we hear anything on either side.
Okay, fine. I'll
I
listen
say
at the
we,
door.
but Aquila. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I know.
Aquila, make
You
a perception check with advantage.
Yep.
Okay,
Ooh. Double 20s.
double 20s, and you have a passive perception of 20.
Yep.
Okay, so
Triple 20s.
No, wait. Actually, I think it's up
Is it
to
not?
21
I think
with our
actually it is
last.
21 now with the last
It
level
is
up,
21 now.
Well, geez.
Yeah. Okay, so on the
I
other
got the highest
side of this door, not immediately on the other side of this door, you hear what sounds faintly like the sounds of the desert. Wind blowing sand on sand or sand on stone. Just slightly.
Once again, looking around that there's no other entrances or exits in here. Well, there's no possible way. That's good.
Well, may as well open it and see what's what.
Okay.
Creak the door open.
You pull the doors open because they open inward.
Oh, fun.
Because it's an interior room.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
So if you kicked the door in, you probably would have broke your foot. You pull the doors open. It's a big double door. Big double door,
Yeah.
double door.
I have faith that Aquila could have just kicked it down.
Mm-hmm. It's just straight
If
through
I roll
the
high-
big stonework.
If
Yeah.
I roll high enough, I sure can. Look, I can lift over 500 pounds. If I roll high enough, I can sure kick doors in.
There's about a
But you have to
15-foot
do it.
hallway that narrows a bit into a 5-foot section before there is another stone door. It is still double doors, but they're much less wide.
Narrower.
Narrower. Yes, less wide. Narrower.
Where were you hearing desert sounds from?
Distantly.
We through that door.
You can still hear them, presumably,
Yeah.
from the other side of this door.
All right.
If it's like the Willy Wonka door where you go through the same door and it's a different room.
Only one way to find out.
Yep.
So you march down this 15-foot hallway.
I want to say, make sure there's no traps or anything on the way.
Yeah.
I'll check.
Whoever traps tombs.
Everyone.
You don't need to trap tombs.
Let's say,
That actually
an
needs to be
investigate
an
for it.
investigation check. If it's the same
Oh,
bonus,
right.
I'll give it to you. But
Yeah, it is.
Okay,
It's
sure.
+6 either way.
sure. Yes, in this small corridor, no, you do not notice any traps or any discernible dangers.
any chance you could throw up your magic vision? Well, doesn't hurt.
Well,
Detect.
you say that.
You say that. It's been a while since you've come across any super high-powered arcane.
Aquila
fields.
wasn't technically there for that
Yeah,
big
Aquila
one.
wasn't even there for that. Is detect magic blocked
read.
by any thickness of stone? I think that's a spell that has a that doesn't
Yeah.
go through certain
Usually it's
barriers.
like, yeah.
let me.
Well,
I
I
don't
Yeah.
remember how thick it is.
Lead.
Yeah, there's different measurements for everything.
I think it's like an
1
inch
foot
of
of stone.
lead.
1 foot of stone.
Yeah, 1 foot of stone, or I think like 5 feet of wood or something like that.
Yeah.
3 feet.
A
something
foot
like
of
that.
stone blocks it, an inch of metal, a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood or dirt.
Okay.
That's what it is.
3 feet of wood is a lot.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You can just barely project your or sense beyond the doorway. This stone doorway coming up doesn't seem to be a thick, a foot thick stone, but it is quite thick stone, and that kind of reduces the range of this. On the other side of this door, you do detect a... You detect two sources. One has a necromantic effect. No, you only detect one source. That has a necromantic effect and a transmutation effect overlaid.
Interesting.
Um,
Probably not
No.
good.
you do detect another source that is just a necrotic effect.
Yes, no, no, yes,
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 yes, no,
yes.
no, yes.
Maybe.
Okay. So one source of just necrotic, and then one source of necrotic and transmutation.
Correct.
Cool. Bad things ahead, probably.
Probably.
Or
Necromantic is almost never good.
yes.
I will say even. Make me a charisma-based perception check.
Ooh.
Alright, let me just roll a d20 and we'll add appropriate.
Hmm.
That's an 8 plus 4 plus 4, so
16.
12. Or no, yeah, 16.
Okay.
It's basically 8 plus 8.
Yeah, you're right. Math. Bad.
It's okay.
The effect that you thought was just necrotic, after taking some time and focusing on it, you can tell that there is just slightly an enchantment aura and also a transmutation aura on it. But that's much fainter and kind of... Like I've said before, detect magic isn't a visual thing, but the sensation is
Right.
almost translucent. It's not as solid. It's not as there. It's more
Gotcha.
ineffable.
What is the effect like what was on Akila after she came back to the group?
No.
Okay.
No.
Because you described that one as being really weird too.
Yeah,
That was weird, though, that I didn't know what school of magic it was.
correct.
It wasn't technically a school of magic.
Right.
It was a little school of
It-
magic.
It's not.
Or,
low.
yeah, I
It's
think it
just
was like,
very
it
secret.
felt similar to X School, but like not.
Yeah.
So it was just
Yeah.
really weird. And weird for Andrew saying something.
Interesting 'cause that
Alrighty.
one. Never mind. We'll discuss that later.
Well, there are two things that are necromantic and possibly other things on top of that. Either way, probably should be careful going through here.
All right. So let's not stand. Well, we can't really not stand in front of the doors.
We can.
Say it. Not gonna say it.
Who's taking point? Who's opening the door?
I will.
Okay.
I'm behind
Okay.
Stacey,
Would you like to
I might
knock
as well.
first? It would just be polite.
No
No,
knocking.
I'll just slowly creak it open.
Okay. You slowly creak it open, and by creak I mean stone on stone scraping.
Probably would have been slow either way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These two narrow double doors open up. And you see...
Ooh, we're gonna get to see a new map before we close out.
Yes, you see this chamber. You're probably going to have to scroll down a little to the right.
Yep.
Little.
Ah,
Oh, there
crap.
it is.
Dead bodies.
It's not a
Are
battle
we?
map. Don't worry, guys.
Don't worry about it.
It's
Definitely
not.
not a battle map.
Hang on. Are
Don't
we
get ahead
on
of
the
yourself.
top side or the bottom side?
We're
of
on the
map?
bottom
You
side. I'm
are...
pretty
No,
sure.
you are here.
Oh, here.
Ah, oh, right. The 5 foot.
Yeah.
Narrow. Right.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Okay.
As
Ah.
you peer into this room, I'm not going to say you step into it yet, but as you peer into this room and look around, you see what could only be described as a temple of Damala Batahar. Aquila would probably have to point this out. It is
Okay.
a lavish
Uh,
room
I'll,
dedicated to the deified Demaliba and her
Demaliba.
association to the Father of Men, though the latter is more subtle. But you can find imagery of all of that throughout the various gold plating and vibrant painted reliefs. What's the word? Friezes, as well as various frescoes, friezes.
Murals.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't even remember the difference, but there's a technical.
And various other objects laden about the room.
Objects such as dead bodies.
Right. To the right of this doorway, to the right of this doorway you're in, is another door down here, another double door down in this direction.
Mm-hmm.
You're not sure where that goes to. And to the left, you can see a large set of stairs leading up to a high stone pediment on which an altar of Damalabatahar sits. To the left,
what are these?
behind the altar, sits a statue of Persicus in full military gear.
Ooh, I bet that's actually him.
No, he did supposedly cut out his heart.
Along the opposite wall from where you stand, so over in this direction, between the ornate pillars that are embossed into the stone of this room, that span the entirety of the circumference of this room, between two particular pillars, is a ornate scene of Persicus leading the royal guard in a parade, kitted out in their full military gear, as a sort of embossed. You just said it, fresco.
Yeah.
Where the images are actually sort of half jutting out from the wall itself.
That one's more of a relief.
Relief. Yeah, done in relief.
His fresco is just painted.
Yeah.
What happened the last time we were in a room full of murals?
We got stuff thrown
had-
at us.
In the
So if you
center,
see any dummies?
in the center of this once pristine temple, is the remains of a battle. A layer of sand coats the floor in uneven piles, some of it clumped and darkened with blood. 2 marble statues stand among the rubble of others, and 3 heavily desiccated corpses litter the floor. You can see, however, that the sand is not still. You don't feel much of a breeze in this room, but it is blowing in a swirl throughout the room.
It's a ghost.
And as you look about this room, the sand begins to flow towards the center in an almost whirlwind of sand, which whips up, spins faster and faster and faster until it slows oddly in the air, shrinks and solidifies into the form of a man. Not a man of stone, a man of flesh and blood, presumably kitted out in ornate, ancient sans armor, a large, gleaming round shield emblazoned with the emblem of the dawn sun. Golden scale mail armor over top of a red tunic. And a long spear. Still sharp, but bronze pointed at the tip. A heavy helmet that has a plume, not a plume of feathers, but a metal crest plume above the top. And bright gold polished greaves. Stands who Aquila immediately recognizes
Yeah,
as Persicus.
that's what I thought. It was gonna be.
Not of stone, not of sand, not desiccated, not undead. Looking as regal and handsome as he did 2,000 years ago.
Yep, cool. Keel's having flashbacks now.
Stands in
Close
front
door.
of the group, shield out, spear down. And that's where we're going to end it.
Mm-hmm.
There's 2 questions before we finish. A, the bodies on the floor, are they wearing the cult robes
They
from
are
before?
wearing black and gray robes, yes.
Haha.
All right, good on Persicus for that one, presumably. And can I detect what the sources of magic were in the room? Like, can I see them from where we are now?
The necromantic effect with the slight overlay of weird translucent enchantment and transmutation is the sand that formed into Persicus.
Okay,
Mhm.
makes sense.
The necromancy and transmutation effect is was from this statue.
Mm-hmm.
And now that you have gone past those heavy stone doors, you see a similar effect coming from this statue.
Yeah.
Ah,
I'm not surprised there.
cool.
Mm.
Mm.
Well, we'll address that next week.
I'll be here just late.
Okay. Yes, so we are going to have a conversation about what we're going to do about next week. Taylor, you're going to be late. Stephanie, you said you're gonna be gone. Okay. So we'll have a conversation. We're gonna do that off stream. If not later tonight, then throughout the week. So for all of our viewers out there, I'm gonna have to leave you guys hanging. Please, I encourage you to check out the Discord and the Twitter, which is linked down below, and I will let you guys know if we are streaming next week. Scheduling is wonky for us, and because we are obviously getting into some important parts of this dungeon, I'd preferably like to have everybody around, but I don't think that's going to work out for the next, 4 weeks minimum. So we're gonna have to play it by ear as to when we play, how long we play, that sort of thing. So bear with us for the next couple weeks as we explore this dungeon, either slowly or with or without certain people. We'll see. I had a ton of fun with this. I'm glad we got exactly to the point where we were, because I figured we would get to this room, but probably would not have been able to get all the way through it, and I'm glad we didn't have to stop in the middle of whatever is about to happen. So I think this is a good cliffhanger to end on, seeing Persicus presumably in the flesh.
So does that mean for once we finally came to right about where you thought the
Pretty
actual
much.
stopping point?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yes, that's a first.
We actually made it.
Drink
I
champagne.
think that's more on me preparing. I spent about a quarter of the amount of time this week prepping for this game as I usually
Let us
do.
take credit for accomplishing
Really,
something.
I mean,
Come
yes,
on.
you guys were
Take credit for
efficient and did
accomplishment.
an amazing job getting exactly to where I always assumed you would get to.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank
Keep-
you.
Let's have it for once.
Yep. No, but once I did actually get this all down on paper, I was like, you know, they'll probably get through the underwater section, spend some time, and rest up in the fountain area, and then we'll probably get to this room and might have some time to explore it. There might be something going on. We might have to stop in the middle of whatever is happening, but I'm glad we stopped just a little bit before where I figured we would have enough time for. Okay. So I had a ton of fun. The cistern section of this dungeon actually turned out to be a lot more fun with water breathing than I think it would have been without. It would have been so hectic and nerve wracking for you guys to be competing against the time of drowning just to get to that final fountain reservoir chamber.
Yeah,
Taking us
except
a
for those
lot
moments
longer,
where
I
you
feel
kind
like.
of wanted it to be a bit more hectic.
Mm-hmm.
Like when Shaliva was in the pipe and you're like, hunters can only hold their breath for so long. It's like, she can
Well,
breathe
I mean,
for
that's
24 hours.
just that was just me going through the order of operations.
Yeah, fair.
Okay. So, like I said, I had a lot of fun. I really needed this after the week I just had. So thank you guys. Thank you viewers. I think I heard a lot of really nice ring-a-lings from OBS here. So thank you for the subs and the follows and anything else. I get so wrapped up in running this game that I don't get to spend as much time paying attention to chat or whoever is making all the nice ring-a-lings. So thank you very much for tuning in. thank you for expressing your support. And if you would like to express even more support, though no pressure whatsoever, you can go over to our Patreon, also linked below, and get access to all kinds of behind-the-screens goodies, like after shows that we're just about to go do. I will be posting the Votive Flood NPC sheet. I will be posting the Cistern map for this, as well as a write-up of going through that section of the dungeon. And depending on how the rest of this dungeon plays out, I have more creatures, including possibly Persicus, that I can post at some point, as well as the map of the rest of this dungeon. So I have a lot of cool things that are hopefully coming in short order to Patreon, at least in the order that we unlock them or get past them through our narrative here.
I mean, we don't suck.
Yeah. So there's a decent amount of goodies on there, and it's only going to grow with more support. With more support, the more time I can throw into the channel, and the more elaborate things that I can produce, such as character art and getting music in, and spending more time on battle maps or commissioning battle maps and whatnot. As you can see, I don't draw these; these are just from free Roll20 resources and whatnot, and I just piece together. Yeah. So that's what we got. Head over to the schedule tab and check out what I'm doing for the rest of the week. It should be accurate, barring any new traumas, frustrations, or scheduling conflicts. I'm looking forward to getting back into my normal streaming schedule so we can all hang out in the evenings this week, play some video games, talk some D&D, and just hang out. So I think we're gonna go
Watch other characters go through terrible traumatic experiences in Darkest Dungeon.
Yeah. And finally, hopefully, taking out the Warlock in XCOM. That's gonna be fun.
You're gonna say D.
Hey, hey!
Hey, that
I feel
Warlock's a
attacked.
prick.
Shh, you weren't supposed to tell him about that, Jack.
I feel personally attacked.
Yep. I'll get to personally attacking you next week. Don't worry.
I don't like that.
You're not supposed to.
Okay, we're gonna go do an after show and discuss our thoughts on this episode. So we're gonna go do that. Like I said, go check out Twitter, go check out Discord as to announcements for the rest of the week and next week as far as our D&D. So thank you for watching. Thank you for all the lovely chimes in the background while I was doing this. And you know what? If you're stuck in a dungeon and you do get hit by a creature that is rapidly you're throwing me off, Steven. You're throwing me off.
He's trying to.
I know. That is rapidly dehydrating your body.
He can just mute you,
Heart tomatoes are quite hydrating and delicious, and renowned for their effects to combat desiccating effects. So, pro tip. Everybody have a good evening. Check out Patreon for the after show, and we will hopefully see you next week. Maybe. Okay, bye.
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 No, that's done.
Where's the end screen?